Okay, now we're ready. I am Laura Capps, and good morning, everybody. It is my honor to call to order this meeting of the November 4th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. Here. Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here, and please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone, for joining. Before we begin, I just do want to acknowledge that it is Election Day, and I hope everyone has either voted or is making a plan to vote. There we go, Supervisor Nelson. And I also do want to acknowledge the sad news I woke up to, that the passing of our former Vice President, Dick Cheney. He was our 46th Vice President, also our Secretary of Defense. He served honorably as a member of Congress for 10 years from Wyoming, and also had the distinction of being our youngest White House Chief of Staff ever. So we want to acknowledge his family and his service to this country. With that, we will move to our first item of business, which is the approval of minutes from our last meeting, which was October 21st.
Hartman moves approval.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Madam CEO, do you have a report for us this morning?
There's no report this morning, Chair.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, do we have any announcements for our
Chair Capps
agenda?
and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We received a withdrawal request from Supervisor Nelson's office to withdraw administrative item number 31 from today's agenda. Administrative item number 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson, and it is to approve the reappointment of Miguel Carcado to the Veterans Advisory Committee, term ending July 1st, 2029. And seeing no request to speak on this matter, the board may add this withdrawal to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, I would like to note for the public and anyone watching today that we will be taking, we do plan on taking 2 breaks today, 2 quick 15-minute breaks, one at 11 a.m. and one at 1 p.m. So again, we will be taking 2 breaks today. There is no closed session agenda or lunch break, so we'll just be taking 2 breaks, one at 11 and one at 1 p.m. Additionally, for information on the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and instructions on how to provide public comment on items listed on today's agenda or during general public comment, please refer to page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And lastly, I did just want to announce that, as everyone can see that is live here in the room today, we are very full. We do have quite a large crowd for an item on today's agenda. And we have opened up to the room next door, the Board of Supervisors conference room, and as well as downstairs, the Planning Commission hearing room for overflow. So if members do not have a seat yet and you are lined on the back or double rowed in the back, we are going to ask you to move to those other overflow rooms. There's about 10 spots still available in the conference room, and additionally some more spots downstairs. And I'm going to turn it over to our Fire Marshal, Fred Tan, who can maybe help explain the room when it is at capacity and some availability downstairs. Fred?
Sure. Coincidentally, I'm presenting fire code today for next year.
Perfect.
But the fire code does make allowances and requirements for access along the aisleways. So if there's an open seat, which I think some have possibly disappeared, I would encourage everyone to take an open seat. We want to conduct this meeting safely. I know this is a very important topic to many of you there to hear. But if we don't get any volunteers to move to the conference room next door or the other the Planning Commission room, we'll start making some choices to make sure we can get people in and out of here for egress in case something does happen. So if we can clear the walls along this side, just because that access is impeded. And I think we're going to be okay with one row of individuals, but if we're getting to the second row, we are getting a little cramped in this aisleway here. So if you can't find a space and you're finding yourself squeezing in, I think you're going to have to find a different spot here. Then folks to the back. And Jacqueline, are they going to be able to make public comment from the PC?
Yes, that's a
Downstairs?
great question. We do have a member of my office down in the Planning Commission hearing room accepting speaker slips. So please just fill those out and we'll have staff running those up to us. I will be calling off 3 people at a time. So if you are in the Planning Commission room, you'll hear your name. When you do hear your name, please make your way upstairs. We do have elevators and a stairwell to help guide you up here. So again, if you are in the Planning Commission room or the board conference room and you did sign up to speak, you will be able to hear your name and then just make your way to the hearing room to provide your comments.
All right. There's one more seat up here, if anyone wants to take that. And then everyone on the sidewall over here, we're going to have to ask you to make a move. Either next door or down to the Planning Commission room downstairs. So, and then I understand you guys are county employees, but we do have to keep an access clear here. So let me go take a look.
And while Fred is doing that, I think most folks are aware now, but just so everyone is aware, that is providing comments for departmental item number 3 regarding our Sable appeal. The chair has indicated that each individual will be getting 1.5 minutes to speak. So that is for everybody across the board, 1.5 minutes per speaker today, not the presenters, of course, just for public comment on that item. And additionally, just a friendly reminder to folks that are in person, if you can please silence your cell phones now, that would be greatly appreciated. It helps eliminate disturbances today. I'll just give Fred another minute in case he wanted to make any other announcements. And there's one more spot up here in the front, if a member of the public wants to snag that spot in the front row. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation and patience this morning. Alrighty, I believe that concludes comments from Fire Marshal, and that concludes my announcements this morning.
Well, thanks to our Fire Marshal. Clearly, safety is number 1 here, but also is decorum. This is democracy in action, folks, so we're going to keep it up. For any newcomers, we do really appreciate clapping during the resolution portion, which is coming next in our agenda, but when it comes to public comment, we keep it quiet and respectful so that we can continue our items and we can just show any kind of support with a wave of the hands, but definitely no clapping or booing or jeering of any sort. So I might need to remind folks later on of that, but hopefully not. Okay, with that, we will move on to our administrative agenda. Thanks, Madam Clerk. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Okay, then it's just me with A25. Would any members of the public, have they requested to pull any items of the administrative agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on administrative item number 8.
On administrative item number 8. Okay, so now I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for those 2 items, item A8 and A25.
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you,
And-
Supervisor Nelson.
Chair Capps, members of the board, before we vote, that includes the withdrawal of the announcement that I made for A31.
Okay, so that motion includes also that withdrawal. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, next, as I mentioned, we'll have the resolution portion of the agenda. Madam Clerk, please read administrative item number 1 into the record.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Christopher Nyman of the California Surf Life-Saving Association's CSLSA 2025 Junior Lifeguard of the Year. And joining us in person today, we have Christopher Nyman and Christopher's mother, Heather McNama, and Enzo. If you'd like to join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the California Surf Life-Saving Association, CSLSA, in partnership with the Santa Barbara County Parks Junior Lifeguard Program, is dedicated to promoting ocean safety, life-saving skills, physical fitness, teamwork, and youth leadership throughout California. And whereas Christopher Nyman, a participant of the Lompoc Teen Center and member of the Santa Barbara County Junior Lifeguard Program, has demonstrated exceptional leadership, perseverance, and dedication to public safety, serving as a mentor and role model who inspires younger participants to strive for excellence both in and out of the water. And whereas Christopher's journey is deeply rooted in community engagement through the Lompoc Teen Center, an organization that empowers youth to achieve academic success, college readiness, and self-confidence through mentorship, leadership opportunities, service, and personal growth among youth. And whereas while a freshman in high school, guided by a lifelong respect for the ocean and community service, Christopher played a pivotal role in reopening the junior lifeguard program at Halama Beach in collaboration with the Teen Center. And whereas in recognition of his outstanding achievements, the CSLSA has named Christopher Nyman the 2025 Junior Lifeguard of the Year, honoring his exemplary commitment to safety, mentorship, and community service, qualities that embody the highest ideals of the LSA, the County of Santa Barbara, and the spirit of youth leadership that strengthens coastal communities. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby recognize Christopher Nyman for his exceptional achievements and contributions as the 2025 CSLSA Junior Lifeguard of the Year, passed and adopted today.
I would like to thank Supervisor Hartman and Casey and the Lompoc Teen Center for this opportunity. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to add, Christopher is an example of what the Lompoc Teen Center accomplishes. Youth have wanted for at least a decade for a teen center, and I think it's existed now for about 4 years or so. It offers a place near the high school, Lompoc High School, where kids can go after school. They can go on Friday nights. There's games, there's tutoring. You can win points and go on amazing field trips, and you can come up with ideas that get implemented in the way that Christopher's did. So it really offers a tremendous set of resources for Lompoc youth, and we're so proud of Christopher for taking advantage of it.
That's great. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 2, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2, sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring John Nichols of the Information Technology Department as the November 2025 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have John Nichols and Department Director Chris Sherwig. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas John Nichols exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas John models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas John has been loyally serving the county and its residents for over 28 years, he collaborates with departments, vendors, and contractors to ensure that they can rely on critical radio communications channels to ensure the safety of our community. John is generous with his knowledge, training new radio shop staff and assessing departments' communication needs to implement appropriate solutions. Beyond the technical elements of his job, he is key in helping his coworkers connect with one another as he brings his deep experience and enthusiasm for Santa Maria-style barbecue to the table, ensuring all enjoy the department's annual summer all hands. And whereas John has played a pivotal role in the success of the Information Technology Department's project to modernize the public safety radio network, These upgrades support critical communications for the Sheriff's Office, Fire, and EMS ambulance services, probation, courts, district attorney, community services, and county health departments, and are essential to strengthening emergency response capabilities and enhancing coordination among public safety personnel countywide. And whereas among his many other contributions, John has also recently been indispensable in returning the Valley Peak radio tower to operational status after a battery fire in November 2023 and subsequent severe weather over the course of the past 2 years. He worked closely with the Nature Conservancy and the battery manufacturer to fully restore the site's operation. John's professionalism, technical expertise, and unwavering dedication embody the highest standards of public service. He is a respected leader and a valued contributor to the county and to the Information Technology Department. And now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge John Nichols as Employee of the Month for November 2025. Passed and adopted today.
There you can stand.
Well, good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. It is a pleasure to recognize John today, a valued member of the County and Information Technology Division. John brings exceptional expertise in radio communications and consistently embodies the core values of our county. His dedication to supporting others, his strong relationships with colleagues and vendors, and his collaborative spirit make him an indispensable part of our team. Beyond his technical contributions, John is also the heart behind our summer all-hands retreat, leading the charge at the grill and bringing people together through his legendary barbecue skills. This recognition is well-earned, and on behalf of all of ITD, we extend our sincere appreciation for everything you do, John. Congratulations.
Mr. Nichols, before you go, I just want to thank you. You are a real team player, and I can imagine over your time here at the county, there's been a lot of upgrades to technology, and I just want to thank you for your dedication to this county.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Stacy Janis upon her retirement from the Information Technology Department after over 33 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Stacy Janis. Whereas Stacy Janis started her career with the County of Santa Barbara in 1988 as a temporary worker in elections and general services while attending UCSB, and held her first regular position as an account clerk 3 in social services in 1992. Stacy returned to general services in 1994 as an account clerk 3, and in 1996 she was promoted to the role of departmental assistant senior working in telephone services. In 2008, Stacy was promoted to EDP Office Automation Coordinator, and in 2021 to her current role as EDP Office Automation Coordinator Senior. And whereas during her tenure at the county, Stacy was recognized as County Employee of the Month in December 2014 and again in November 2019. She also served as a member of the Information Technology Department Transition Team in 2022 as part of the county's transition to the new Information Technology Department in 2023. And whereas in her 30 years in telephone services, Stacy saw the county's telephone and voicemail systems through numerous complex upgrades, moving to digital remote units and PBXs, and from there upgrading again, adding VoIP telephones. She helped in virtualizing telephone application servers and implementing voice recognition functionality on the voicemail system, and much more. She contributed to 5-digit calling, easing communication between county employees, and the E911 system, supporting the safety of everyone in the county. And whereas Stacy's job knowledge, skills, and experience have contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and success of information technology and communications at the county, Stacy also made significant contributions in other areas, from serving as the ITD marketing team lead from 2022 to 2025, to working at the EOC Logistics Communications Unit since 2007, and she was a faculty member of the Employees University from 2000 to 2007. And whereas Stacy is commended for her faithful and devoted service to the county community, Stacy's technical expertise, dedication, professionalism, positive demeanor, and her skilled storytelling will be greatly missed by her friends and associates throughout the county. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby acknowledge and commend Stacy Janis upon her retirement from the Information Technology Department, passed and adopted today.
I thought you were going first. Okay. Members of the board, my fellow county employees, family, and friends. My voice is bad because I've been cheering for the Dodgers. Whether you're in this room or watching online, I'm so grateful for your presence. It means the world to me. One of the best decisions I ever made was randomly picking a temp agency out of the yellow pages. That choice led me to my career and where I'm standing today. Working for the county wasn't on my life's bingo card, but along the way I found myself, my home, my purpose, both in work and in life. I've had the privilege of working along some incredible people. The hard work was always balanced with support and plenty of laughter. For that, I am deeply grateful. I always knew I wanted to help people. I found a non-traditional way by working for departments that support everyone else. It's a different type of service, but one that I take great pride in. To everyone I work with over the years, you've shaped my life in more ways than I can express. The last 37 years have been an adventure. I truly love my job, working for the county, and being part of something bigger than myself. Thank you very much.
That was great. It is a privilege to speak on behalf of the Information Technology Division in support of this resolution of commendation for Stacy Janos. I invite you to reflect back to 1988, the year Stacy began her remarkable journey with the county. For more than 3 decades, she has been a cornerstone of our telephone services, providing steadfast leadership and technical expertise that has shaped our communications infrastructure. Stacy's unwavering positivity, her enthusiastic participation in countless volunteer initiatives, and her deep institutional knowledge have made a lasting impact. Her absence will be deeply felt, not only for the role she played, but for the spirit she brought to our team. Stacy, your contributions have left an indelible mark, and the shoes you leave behind will be very difficult to fill. On behalf of all of us, thank you for your years of dedicated service. You have truly earned your retirement, and we wish you continued joy and fulfillment in the next chapter.
Supervisor Lee.
So, Stacy, what's the plan for retirement? Do you?
Oh, man. Dodger games, Ram games, traveling. Big sports nut. Everybody here who knows me knows that. And just relaxing for the first time in pretty much my life.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. That was wonderful resolutions. And now we will move to the administrative items pulled by the board and the public. First, the public. Just give a moment as these folks depart. Okay. Let's move to administrative item number 8, which was pulled by the public.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board. And before we proceed to administrative item number 8, I did just want to make a quick announcement. There are a couple seats that opened up here in the front. There are 3. Thank you, Jesus. If you would like to snag those seats in the front, please do so. And thank you again for everyone's cooperation and patience this morning. I really appreciate it. We will now go to administrative item number 8. This is sponsored by the Board of Supervisors. It is to consider recommendations regarding a San Ynez Regional Trail Connector, SYRTC, study memorandum of understanding. And this is in the 3rd District, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item. And we do have one request to speak from the public, and I did just want to note for the board that we do have Fred Luna from SBCAG available on Zoom as well if there are any questions. And we will now go to Zoom with Kathy Rosenthal. Kathy?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kathy Rosenthal, and I represent the San Ynez Valley Riders and our coalition to save Santa Barbara County Equestrian Trails. I first wanted to say we are in complete support of trails up here in the San Ynez Valley for equestrian riders. And this particular project, the San Ynez Valley River Trail, has been in the works for many years. We've been very active in including equestrian access on this trail, and rightly so. This trail is also a transportation corridor for the valley. We wanted to, again, reiterate that the original idea for this was the Ventura River Trail down in Ojai, which accommodates pedestrians, bikes, and equestrian riders. And we wanted to make sure that the design going forward includes that. We wanted to also say that we had a community meeting in the summer of 2024 in which there were a great many equestrians supporting this project, but also wanted to see the road shoulders or the trail shoulders wide enough so that equestrians would be able to traverse the trail as well and do so safely. So I wanted to include that, this comment as the design goes forward. We will be involved in following the project as it is developed and approved. And we thank you again for the time to speak, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on that item. And again, Fred Luna from SBCAG is available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? No? Then I will entertain a motion on this item, A8.
Move approval?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, then our second item, when you're ready, Madam Clerk, is item A25, an administrative item that I pulled from the agenda.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to the Enterprise Fleet Management Equity Lease Agreement.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could please explain it. I had some questions just about the fact that this is a last-minute request that's coming at us about an expansion. I know it's not additional funding from the general fund, but the unanticipated costs that are coming related to our enterprise rental fleet. And so if you could just explain, and I'd had some additional questions, but I wanted to give you the chance to please explain what's at hand.
Okay, I appreciate you letting me have this opportunity to talk to you about it. What we're asking for is an increase in the existing contract purchasing authority. The original contract was negotiated back prior to COVID. Since then, we've exceeded the normal 3 to 4% annual increases that were that contract amount was based on. Some years during COVID, it was 6%, 11%. And that increase that was unanticipated due to the pandemic is what's reflected here in the additional amount that we would like to have the authority to use to pay for this contract. It's not asking for any more money than we're budgeted for, and we don't anticipate needing additional funds once this contract is over. And we do anticipate, well, we will be coming back to you early next year with a comparison between Enterprise and GSA. We're currently working with the GSA folks on that right now and have been for a couple of weeks, months now, to make sure that we have an apples-to-apples comparison between two very different ways of managing a fleet. We're not going to bring anything to you that we haven't found an agreement with the GSA on, so that we make sure that we have the best decision made and the most economical decision made. And either way that it goes, it's not going to result in us asking for more money one way or the other. Does that make sense to you?
I think so. So just my understanding was that this was a pilot project prior to COVID, as you mentioned, where the Sheriff's Department wanted to go outside of our centralized fleet program to do their own rental program to try it out and have this, but it's unanticipated costs. Again, that's a flag because we've had a pattern of unanticipated costs from the Sheriff's Department. I know that happens in other departments, but it's been more frequent in the Sheriff's Department recently. And so that's a flag for me. And I just want to understand, I'm glad you have committed to an evaluation of that pilot project because by nature, pilot projects are pilot and need to be evaluated to see why is it that we have a centralized fleet program for every other department, I understand, from general services, yet this was a trial, and so we should be able to see, does this work to not be centralized? And I just want to see unanticipated costs to me would signal maybe it's not working because I don't know if there's unanticipated costs with the centralized program, but again, this would be a flag for me. And I do have another question. You say that you won't be coming back for additional funds, but my understanding from our budget team is that there's only $160,000 left in the budget for this program, yet there would be a total of about $350 for the remainder of the contract. So would you be coming back for that additional $190 to get through the remainder of the contract?
No, we're not anticipating needing to do that at all. And like I say, when we get back to the new year, when we're able to give you the comparison between the two of them, I think you'll find that regardless of whether it was enterprise, GS, or your own personal vehicles, that the price did go up significantly over the COVID years. Supply chain logistics, maintenance, all that sort of stuff increased equally. It's sort of like a rising tide lifts all boats. Unfortunately, this rising tide was rising the cost of all of the automobile industry across the board. So we're going to iron out any of the differences that we have in between enterprise and the GSA models so that we can give you a good comparison, and whichever way works out the most economical, we're going to go with, and either way shouldn't require an increase in the budget one way or the other.
So that evaluation of this pilot project is 100% going to happen before before this contract with Enterprise is renewed?
Yes, I'm speaking with the GS folks just this morning about it. We're going to make that happen so that you can see it before this contract ends, and so we can make the best decision, because we all want to save money together.
Okay, again, well, maybe I can make that part of the motion, but I do want to have some assurances of that because, again, this is about the third or fourth unanticipated cost that's come before the board. This one gives me less heartburn because it's not additional pressure on the general fund at a time when we're considering layoffs in other departments. That's helpful that this is an additional cost. But there's been a lot of unanticipated costs from the Sheriff's Department. I'm repeating myself because of the consternation that has caused, not just to the board, but to other departments and to the public. So I think I've made my point. I don't know if there's any other questions or comments. Supervisor Lee.
Just a question. Can you define what a fleet is specifically in the Sheriff's Department? Is it patrol cars? Is it... What does that mean?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, yeah, this is all of our vehicles. Right now, it's kind of divided up where the patrol side is managed by GS. I'm generalizing right now, and the rest of the vehicles are managed by Enterprise, and we're sort of comparing how those work out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So you said you'd come back to us by the end of this contract. So this contract ends in a couple of months here. So we're looking at having something here by potentially end of February. Is that what I'm, or?
Before that, I hope, yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think that part of the motion, if you'd like me to make it for you, Supervisor or Chair Capps, would be to go with a staff recommendation, but also direction that the pilot project come back for a D item before the board.
Yeah, yes, with Director Lagerquist's buy-in, obviously, because again, I'm not sure exactly, I wasn't on the board when the decision was made to have the pilot project. I'm sure there was merit to it at the time. But I just note, again, that there's been a lot of unanticipated costs from this department, the total of $16.7 million in year-end shortfalls since 2020 time when there's unanticipated costs. And I'm just asking you, that might be a good approach given the frequency of these types of expenditures.
That's fair enough, yes.
Okay.
Just trying to help out with your motion.
Yes.
So for this, return back to the board by the end of February for a report to the board. So pass this recommended action along with that direction.
Sure, if you want to make that motion.
Okay. Yeah, that's my motion. Staff recommendation along with a report back to the board by the end of February of 2026.
I'm happy to second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Look forward to talking to you about this later on. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we have finished the administrative agenda. And now we move to the portion of the agenda for general public comment. So just to be very clear, this is for the time when the public can speak to us and the public about items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have folks that have signed up for general public comment?
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 4 members of the public requesting to speak in general public comment. And if you are a member of the public, I believe there is one who signed up for general public comment, Larry Barrett. You might be in the Planning Commission room. If you want to make your way up, we will get to you momentarily. We will begin on Zoom with Daniel H. to be followed by Rennie Strong. Daniel? And Daniel, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Again, Daniel, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. I see you are still muted. Alrighty, we will return to Daniel momentarily. We are going to go to Rennie Strong, and then we will go to Karen Howenstein. Rennie? And Rennie, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Very good. Thank you. Good day, everybody. This is Rennie Dean Strong, also known as Mr. Soloflex, thanks to Phil Donahue. Soloflex means a lot to me. It's changed my life. I got to travel the world. I got to be on TV. And I've got to witness a lot of things and different cultures living in Barcelona, Spain, and Milan, Italy. There's a lot of things that I've seen that no one should have to see. And there's things I haven't seen, but I feel. I'm speaking out to everybody and seeing all these crimes against humanity that are taking place and all these injustices. And you all need to know that this system it's a CYST. It's a cyst. It's a disease. And these puppets that are up on that stage, they play both sides. They're called coyotes in the native indigenous ways. So I'm honoring my grandmother and grandfather on my mom's side, who was a Johnny Lou Pirtle, Slowoski now, married to a Marine and was a paralegal to the top law firm on Oahu. John Yamani took on the Lahaina fires. And the fires that are going on here. I'm giving you guys a lot of information really quickly. But we need to say no more. We're not playing your guys' game anymore. And Steve Stavely, my uncle, who was the head of Department of Justice of California, police down in Buena Park, he was the chief of police of the whole state of California. Arnold Schwarzenegger, so that's my mom's only brother-in-law. And when I asked about the COVID 1984 and the jabs and about the geoengineering our skies from the Air Force bases, which my dad was in 2 tours in Vietnam, as I spoke before about that. and all these harms that are going on, the direct energy weapon, the fires in, that are started by this own government. And these heads here that are just puppets, they're getting paid. And you guys need to know this. They live. John Carpenter talked about it and others. So I'm running for, by the way, Arnold Schwarzenegger's my cousin, supposedly, two Austrians on my dad's side, grandfather's side, Leonard Strong. So I'd like to put my seat in and that we vote for new leadership in our communities, towns. The governor, I will be the governor, I'll be the mayor, I will be the county head supervisor, whatever, whatever we need. The ambassador of the 805 is what I call it on Stop Geoengineering California Facebook page. And again, stop going after. ICE needs to get dismantled. People need to say no more to these thugs with guns. And obviously, there's so much brainwashing MK Ultraness that people need to know what that means. Go back and replay this and follow me on the 805 Santa Barbara County Crimes Against Humanity. And Ren Strong, I have RENNSTRONG. And let's transform these National Guard armories that.
Thank you, Rennie. That is your time.
They're on Cannon Birdie, though.
We will now return here in Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein to be followed by Larry Barrett. Karen?
I am Coast Audits on YouTube. Good morning, public. Good morning, gatekeepers. Good morning, corrupt liberal elite and Bob. Don't look at me like that, Steve. I know all about you. You grew up in a quasi-Bohemian Grove situation, and I think it might be, leading you around a little bit, but that's okay. We forgive everybody, okay? But when we take a really close look at this county, a really close one, we see these partisan strongholds. We see long-established partisan networks. And then we see a lot of mistakes. Mistakes made by this county are all controlled by the liberal elite attorneys who work for the county. Beginning with the queen of corruption, Joyce Dudley. Joyce Dudley and her corruption and permissiveness is the reason why, to this day, we have a sexual predator working in classification at our South County Jail. I am Coast Audits on YouTube. Anyone who's listening to this comment right now, if you know of corruption in our county, contact me through Coast Audits on YouTube. It will be investigated and it will be exposed. Going on to our list, all of county council is liberal, elite. All of the district attorney's office is liberal, elite. Even Tracy McCouga, the head public defender, she is also liberal elite. Roy, why are you laughing? This is not a laughing matter. I'm certain of it. Joan Hartman, you're an attorney. So is John Park. When you look at the planning that's gone in to what you've done, it's very interesting. I am Coast Audits on YouTube. Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Barrett, then we will return to Zoom to try Daniel H. again. Larry?
Can I let the hubbub die down, or should I start speaking? Chair Capps, Supervisors, I'm Larry Barron from Indivisible Santa Barbara, a member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. A few weeks ago, this board addressed its confessed lack of knowledge about the activities of immigration enforcement in this county by asking Sheriff Brown to share some of what he learns from ICE conflicting notices. These are notices ICE provides to local law enforcement to warn them of impending ICE actions. But Sheriff Brown turned you down. He said that sharing information he receives from ICE after the fact could be construed as obstruction of justice or, quote, interfere with ongoing federal prosecutions. Well, as excuses go, this makes my dog ate my homework sound like creative genius. Let's state the obvious. Giving us information about ICE's prior activities cannot impact those prior activities because you have cause, and at a later point, you have effect. Unless the sheriff claims the power to disobey natural law, he must be claiming that sharing what he knows about ICE's prior actions could impact ICE's ability to take future actions. But that doesn't make sense because ICE itself provides detailed information about its own activities. It's here in this report. Details on use of force incidents by category and injury, forced compliance of vehicles, types of force used, types of resultant injuries. ICE shares it all. The sheriff could use ICE's own reporting as a model of how to share information in a way that's perfectly kosher in ICE's eyes. But the sheriff turned you down flat. And as he offered no plausible explanation, I'll suggest one. The sheriff realizes that ICE is operating as a secret police, that it's part of ICE's plan to use this secrecy as a tool to terrorize the community, and that the sheriff actively supports this plan. Now, does that sound unfair to you? And maybe it does. So I challenge you to come up with your own explanation. Is it that the sheriff routinely fails to make sense, so this is just business as usual for him? Or is he just messing with you? Does he disrespect you in general? Or does he think he's above the law and accountable to no one? Does he have something to hide? Why speculate? The sheriff refused your reasonable request for information, offered no plausible reason why, so the ball's in your court. Now you ask the sheriff to explain his explanation. Here, in a public forum, with the public present and able to make public comment, because that is what democracy looks like. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Daniel H. Daniel?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed, Daniel.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to take a moment to sort of speak about something that's not often spoken about at these meetings, which is simply just saying thank you to the Santa Barbara County firefighters and emergency crews. What just happened in LA this past year is an example of an department that I feel goes underappreciated. There was recently a fire on the near the caves, the wind caves, and that could have easily spread to cover hundreds of acres in the high wind, and they were there within 30 minutes putting it out. So I just want to call to their strength and spirit and the action that they take. In hearing some of the other comments, just generally on this, in this meeting, I think there's a lot of talk and not a lot of action. So we should follow what the firefighters are doing by taking action. We should stand up for what we believe in. I unfortunately don't have a YouTube channel or anything else to promote. I'm just here to spread goodwill. Thank you.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Well, thank you to all of our speakers for speaking. We'll hear from many others in a little bit. And so now we will head to our first departmental item, number 1, which, as the fire marshal mentioned, is the California Fire Code for 2025.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Departmental item number 1 is from the Fire Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amending Chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code with the adoption of the 2025 California Fire Code.
Chair Capps, members of the board, thank you for having me here this morning. I didn't know the fire code was so popular. Chief Hartwig's joining me here. Every 3 years, you see a fire marshal here in this seat presenting the fire code. We also have 5 other fire marshals in the county for the other jurisdictions, the local jurisdictions, presenting their amendments to the fire code. The fire code, our amendments, the resulting Chapter 15 amendments, are the result of work by the International Code Council, creating the 2021, it would be the 2024 International Fire Code. That is the model code. The fire code is typically born out of some type of tragedy. Major examples would be theaters that are overcrowded, not made in the early 1900s, not lit with candles, and doors that were swinging inward so people can get out. As a result of such tragic events, the fire code amendments come into play. The California Fire Code, which would be coming into state law on January 1st, 2026, is an adoption of the International Fire Code with California amendments. We take into account local considerations and make further amendments to the California Fire Code, and make them and amend that into Chapter 15, which I think the board members all have before them. The major changes in the fire code are not varied. We are taking, I'll go as I go through these. The 2022 fire code will be superseded by the 2025 version. It'll come into law on January 1st, 2026. The Chapter 15 adoption, which we're asking and recommending the board adopts today, will come into play as well on January 1st, 2026. The fire department adopts the 2025 California Fire Code and with specific amendments, and thereby that becomes the Santa Barbara County Fire Code. The fire department also amended Chapter 6 of the new 2025 California Wildland Urban Interface Code. This code was historically Chapter 49 in the fire code. This year, California created a new code, and my counterparts at the planning, with county planning and the building official, will be bringing that today, I believe. But the creation of the WUI Fire Code combines Title 14 Fire Safe Regulations, Chapter 49 of the Fire Code, and also Chapter 7 of the Building Code into one code. The majority of the changes that we made for the Chapter 15 amendments were some language and terminology changes to just stay consistent with the building official and the fire code and the building code. There was also updates from the International and the California Code Council. There's consideration of current industry practices as well. And we also consider our ability to fight fire when we make amendments to the code. The city of Los Angeles actually creates its own code based off the international code and the California Fire Code. It's the Los Angeles Fire Code, and it's available through that jurisdiction because they have so many nuances. We just have a few, but one of them being we don't have the 100 fire stations that Los Angeles City has and the 200 fire stations that LA County has. So we're a smaller agency, and we need the fire code amendments to help us fight fire locally. We also adjusted some fee numbering as some new fees were added to the California Fire Code or changed. So there was some adjusted fees, but there are no fee increases associated with this code adoption. And again, one of the major modifications was deleting Chapter 49, which was defensible space and vegetation management, and adding it to Chapter 10 of the Santa Barbara Code with the building official, which also still allows the fire department to enforce that code. The actions to date, we worked with County Council to provide input along with the Office of the State Fire Marshal. A lot of the other local fire marshals, we've met to make sure that we are all in line. We also made Chapter 15 amendments available for review at the county clerk's office and on our website. So far, we have not had any opposition to the code or comments to the code. We've met with business and stakeholders, the business community and stakeholders, and at this time, we don't have any opposition to the code. And at this time, we're asking to make some of the recommended actions, which is consider the introduction of the ordinance, amending Chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code to adopt the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments as the enforcement code in all areas within the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District and all other unincorporated areas of the county where the Santa Barbara County Fire Department is the authority having jurisdiction unless otherwise specified by this ordinance. And one more time, as of now, there's been no opposition to stakeholders. And the other recommendations would be on November 18th, 2025, to consider the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code as set forth above. Consider and approve adoption of a resolution of legislative findings supporting amendments to the California Fire Code, and determine that the adoption of this ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act in compliance with Section 15061B3, no possibility of impact on the environment. And with that, if there's any questions, I'm welcome to take them.
Thank you so much. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps, and thank you, Mr. Dan, for your presentation. Make sure I understand it correctly. When we adopt this, we can adopt it with additional language to make things more strict, but we can't make things more permissive. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we can make things more strict, but we can't be less restrictive than the fire code.
Okay, so right here is the minimum that we're able to potentially have in our code here. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I'll probably ask the same question with the next item as well, just so the public understands what we're doing here.
Sure.
And then my next question is, you mentioned that, the fire code is, done on the national level and the state level, and it's influenced by, LA County. What discretion do you have as the fire marshal when there are, unique circumstances that take place within our county to be able to adjust the conditions to meet the fire code and still satisfy it? Do you still have some discretion and some flexibility?
I still have some discretion, as you see, so to determine same practical effect, to take elements of a development or a existing structure to determine that a number of improvements might serve the same purpose as what is intended by code. My staff in planning and engineering and code enforcement, arson investigations, they have to adhere to the code in our development standards as written. And then as modifications come in, requests come in, then we're allowed to, they'll bring them to the deputy fire marshal, myself, and sometimes the fire chief, and we can make a determination that everything as a whole might have the same practical effect as what the code intended. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Lee.
So how does this new proposed policies compare to other fire agencies in the county? Are they consistent? Are they different? Is there issues with that?
Typically, county fire codes and amendments are a little less restrictive than some of the cities that are in the county. Montecito having a 2-station department with a pretty fairly good-sized geographic footprint that goes up in the foothills. They may have more. They may have a little bit more restrictions in their code. They also have a different fee structure. So we all have different fee structures. We're funded differently. But each city might have a little bit more restrictiveness than us based off what their capacity is to fight fire. But in most cases, the fire code, when we're dealing with it, deals with access, sprinklers, water supplies. So we're generally in the ballpark with one another. So.
Good. And how's the feedback from the other fire chiefs? Are they supportive
So far, yeah, the fire chiefs and the fire marshals, there've been a lot of different issues this year. Fire hazard severity zones, which we brought forth earlier this year, was a hot topic. Those are introduced. Those have an effect on the fire code and the building code. But yeah, these codes are supported by the local fire chiefs.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Two questions. Does this have any, does this code have any reference to Zone 0 yet?
So in Chapter 10 of the building code, of the Santa Barbara County Code, in Article 7 is where Chapter 49 was moved into. So Santa Barbara County Fire and the local fire marshals have been implementing Zone 0 requirements on new construction for a couple of years now. They've made it into our development standards. We don't have a retroactive enforcement piece yet, but we did include Zone 0, some Zone 0 requirements into the Chapter 6 amendments in the Chapter 6 amendments of the WUI Code into the Chapter 10 amendments of the Santa Barbara County Code. Those are related to new construction, new development that we're already doing through our development standards, and it'll capture whatever the state decides this next year to take.
So we expect maybe in the next 3-year update, it'll apply retroactively to existing structures as well?
Yeah, as you may know, it's a hot topic up at, pun not intended. It is a hot topic up in the Board of Forestry. It was a 9-hour meeting yesterday, and it's ongoing. But they are working through that, and I expect that whatever the state passes will become law. But as Supervisor Nelson had asked, we will have the ability to gain the same practical effect on some things and work with our constituents. So.
And then I have a question about the width of roads that are required. I have a lot of constituents in my district who live in associations and the roads aren't up to standard. And they worry that they would be told they can't have any modifications to their homes, ADUs and things, until all the roads are brought up to code. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. So a lot of, in your district, Supervisor Hartman, a lot of it is subject to Title 14, the fire safe regulations that require 20-foot roads, especially on the private roads. We have been working with a lot of the communities there to more than piecemeal to ensure at least the main arteries are meeting some type of requirement. The intent of Title 14 and the fire safe regulations requiring the 20-foot road on any access where a number of units or residential units are accessed is again a result of tragic events, large fires. Anecdotally, there was a 10-foot road that accessed 50 homes, and fire engines couldn't make it up in Northern California. That as a result of that. And other scenarios, we require the 20-foot road, so fire engines can make it in as they come out. In some jurisdictions, it becomes very difficult because you have to do a land taking, and that's or purchase easements from your neighbors. But in the San Ynez Valley, I was working on the lake fire last year. And I can't go anywhere now without having the fire marshal, hat on, dinner, movie theaters, whatever. So working on that fire, I was driving roads to make sure that people could get out as we could get in. So there's not a lot of discomfort I have in your jurisdiction at this point. So.
I just have one question. I know that there's a lot of grants and cost-sharing potential out there. If you could just explain, and for people who wanted to home harden and really get their homes or their condos safer, could you talk about some of those resources that exist? I know there's so much public interest, especially after the LA fires.
Sure. One of our very strong one of our very strong partners in this county is the Fire Safe Council.
Yeah.
And it's almost just a really good partnership with the county fire marshal staff and also the other local jurisdictions. There is an effort by the state. There was an effort to create some home hardening grants. I think their first project exceeded their expectations by 3 to 4 times what it could have been. So there are discussions. I don't know really of any actual programs right now that will fund home hardening programs. The Fire Safe Council is offering home hardening assessments. Fire department staff assist with those. There is a lot of guidance. I mean, I think I've spoken to some groups where there could be a good, better, best scenario. Where a good is just doing your 0 to 5 feet, making sure that flammable materials. You replace a wooden fence to start with. You replace a wooden fence that's next to your home. You start clearing vegetation so that it's an ember-resistant zone, so there's less wicks around your home. That's a good start. Removing those trash cans away from the structures, especially on the upwind side if there's a sundowner event. Removing furniture, on sundowner events away from the home. So there's good, better, and then the best is total remodels. And so I do believe there will be help. Obviously, the state and the state's having some budget issues right now. But we're keeping up with it and offering it when we can. But as a start, I think the home hardening inspections are a really good start. And then we can start working our way to making Santa Barbara County more fire safe. So
Great.
Safer, I should say.
Thanks for that. Okay. I think that's probably it on the questions. Do we have public comment on this agenda item?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, I will entertain a motion on this item. Supervisor Hartman.
Madam Chair, I move A through D in today's staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks to our fire marshal and our fire chief, Mark Hartwig. Okay, that's all right. Okay, support for our fire team. Thank you. Now we'll move on to departmental item number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of 2025 California Building Standards Codes and local amendments to Chapter 10 of the Santa Barbara County Code, Building Regulations.
All right, Director Plowman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Well, we have before you today the update to the California Building Code and readoption of our local codes. I have our building official, county building official Craig Johnson with me and Assistant Director Jeff Wilson, and they will be making the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, we bring forward the adoption of the 2025 Building Standards Code, as well as the local amendments to Chapter 10. Today, we are proposing or recommending that we carry forward all the local amendments that we have done previously, and readopt those as part of the 2025 Building Standards Code adoption, with a few minor changes, one of which Fire Marshal Fred Tan indicated earlier, which is the adoption or recommended adoption of the new Part 7 of the Building Standards Code, which is the California Wildland Urban Interface Code. We worked closely with Fire Marshal Fred Tan to combine our efforts, and so with that, we're recommending adopting that Part 7 as part of the Chapter 10 Building Regulations. With a few amendments, those amendments mainly are to support Fred Tan, or Fire Marshal Fred Tan. There's a lot to say over and over again. Which has to do with construction material as well as fire protection. In addition, we've added into the local amendments to Chapter 10 items related to the fire department that have to deal with fire abatement as well as some other fire protection requirements. In addition, in prior years, we have adopted a county high fire hazard area map with Part 7 of the new California Wildland Urban Interface Code. they have designated the process for designating high fire hazard areas and with the mapping. And so in concert with the fire department, we'll be using the state responsible area and the local responsible areas as the designated very high fire hazard areas. And that is what the new Part 7 will be applicable to. And so we'll no longer need to adopt the county's high fire hazard area map. In addition, other changes on the local level that we're talking about is that we're adding a provision for emergency permits. In the past and during natural disasters or other emergency situations, the board is familiar with the process for emergency permits on the planning side. However, we found that that deals with any of entitlements or helps members of the community deal with the planning permits. However, it doesn't reach as far as the building permits. And so with adding this local amendment, it allows the building official to authorize work in an emergency situation. So then the planning and building can work in tandem in addressing emergency situations and authorizing work for life, health, safety issues. Other updates that we're recommending is bringing the housing code and dangerous building code up to date, replacing the 1997 Uniform Housing Code and the 1997 Abatement of Dangerous Building Codes with the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code. That's a more up-to-date code than the 97 versions and allows for staff and the department to address these issues as they come up. And today, our recommended actions is to approve the first reading, read the title and waive the first reading, and then continue to the administrative agenda on November 18th to adopt the 2025 Building Standards Code as well as any of the local amendments. And so we're here and available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Similarly, that I asked the fire marshal earlier, the standards that we're having coming down from the state, and we need to adopt these, and we can be more restrictive but not permissive. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. And again, what, like the question I had for the fire marshal, what is the discretion of the building official when it comes to potentially finding conflicts, but their ability to potentially, based on the circumstances of the project, make discretionary changes?
Supervisor, the code has left the interpretation of the code up to local jurisdictions for many decades, which you think about it, that's the way it has to be. Otherwise, every jurisdiction would want to go to the state for every decision. But it also allows the local jurisdiction to accept alternate means and methods, to use our judgment to approve other methods when we feel it's appropriate.
So some condition might offset another one that might not be able to be met elsewhere, kind of like what the fire marshal was discussing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then I guess my next question is about the high fire hazard zones that are becoming more and more important. Often there's land that's not maintained that are adjacent to homes or properties. Where does the responsibility come on a neighboring property when it comes to working through this? Does this now put some onus on a neighbor to make sure that they're clearing their property that's adjacent to urban areas?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. We go through a bit of a process, and that's described in the updates for in Part 7. If we receive a complaint, we'll go and conduct a fire hazard assessment to see if there's actually a fire hazard that exists. And then based off that, we'll determine whether the fire hazard is on county lands, on a neighboring private parcel land, and then we'll make contact there. County fire does take, with the second most amount of state responsibility acres that we protect, 830,000 acres, twice as many as Ventura County, almost twice as many as LA County. We do remain proactive in taking these complaints, and when we determine the fire hazard, we have gone and taken some action either through enforcement or found a way to get it done through our personnel. So.
Well, thank you for that. And I think that that's also just kind of a reminder for us in the county where we own a lot of those lands that are adjacent to some of our urban areas, or there might be some public state lands or airport district lands or whatnot that are adjacent to our urban areas that probably have some high fire risks, and trying to make sure that we're doing our part as public agencies to abate those potential problems. So thank you for that reminder, and I appreciate this, and I'll go ahead and support this when the time comes.
Okay, other questions from the board? No questions. So then, public comment, if there is any.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item from the public.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Supervisor Lee.
Is public comment over?
Public comment's over.
Then I move to approve staff recommendation A, B, and C.
Hartman seconds.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All those in favor? Please say
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, on to departmental item number 3, and I'll just note that we are ahead of the expected schedule. We have a long one ahead of us. I think we're going to still go till 11.
Forget 11.
For the interpreter as well. So, okay, we're going to move on to departmental item number 3, which is the Sable appeal. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appeals of the Planning Commission approval of the Sable Offshore Corporation's change of owner, operator, and guarantor for the Santa Ynez Unit, SYU, Pacific Offshore Pipeline Company, POPCO, Gas Plant, and Los Flores Pipeline System Final Development Plan, FDP, permits. This is in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th districts.
Okay, Director Plowman.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Alexander indicated, we are returning to the board. We were last here in February, and the board will be reconsidering the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the transfer of the owner, operator, and guarantor from Exxon to Sable. Today, I have Aaron Briggs, Deputy Director of our Energy, Minerals, and Compliance and Enforcement team, and he will be making the presentation.
Supervisor Hartman.
Madam Chair, before that, would you like our ex parte and?
Sure, we can do that beforehand. Good call. Ex parte, please. So why don't we start with you, Supervisor Hartman?
Sure. On October 27th, I met with UCSB's Student Organization Environmental Affairs Board, where they shared their concerns about the pipeline given its age and prior history. I have regular monthly meetings with EDC. The topic of Sable has come up with regard to the permit transfer in only 2 meetings, specifically focused on the letter that they were going to write. I met with them on 10/23 for 1 hour, and there they talked about the structure of the letter that they plan to submit. I met with them again for a half-hour meeting on November 3rd, where they asked if I had any questions about the letter they had submitted. And I did have some questions about financial liability in the event of a spill or decommissioning. Neither Sable nor the Center for Biological Diversity reached out for a meeting. And I also did some personal research on state and federal funds for spills and decommissioning, because I did not find much in our record yet on that, the Federal Oil Pollution Act's Liability Trust Fund and the Oil Spill Response Trust Fund. In addition, Sable has submitted a letter requesting that I recuse from this matter based on 2 issues. One is conflict of interest. The FPPC has concluded that I don't have a disqualifying financial interest in this particular decision. The facts surrounding my property interest remain unchanged from the FPPC's June advice letter. Regarding bias, I believe that Sable's letter has taken remarks out of context. I can and will base my decision solely on the evidence in the record and the applicable standards under Chapter 25B. My past policy positions do not prevent me from fairly evaluating whether the applicant meets the legal requirements under 25B.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Lee.
I have met with EDC on a monthly basis on multiple times, as well as Sable and ExxonMobil representatives multiple times. That's my ex parte.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I've met a couple times with Steve Gregg from Exxon on March 27th, as well as a phone call yesterday on 10/4. And also my past disclosed ex partes from the last hearing would go as well. I also met on 8/25 with Caldwell Flores as well as Lee Danielson about the project. Thank you.
And Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I also met with Caldwell Flores on 8/25 and Lee Danielson, Director of Government Affairs. Caldwell is President of Sable Offshore. Also, I'm taking into consideration articles that I've read that are public. The one discussing October 3rd, I know, was the Attorney General Bonta's lawsuit. Also, articles about California Coastal Commission versus Sable. Also read the letter of the State Fire Marshal detailing deficiencies, and also just recently another article that came out October 31st, the Hunter Brook article. So I've taken those were all in the kind of public record that I read before the hearing.
Thank you, and I'll add my ex parte as well. I also do meet regularly with the Environmental Defense Center, most recently with Tara Renigo and Linda Kropp. I also met recently with UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board, Vivian Chankai and Izzy Sistek. I did not hear from the applicant, Sable. I also did not hear from the Center for Biological Diversity. And in reference to the request that I recused myself, I joined Supervisor Hartman in making a statement. There is no question that I believe fervently that we have a climate crisis on our hands. There's no question that I'm a lifelong environmentalist, but today's hearing is not about that. It is also not about us being a rubber stamp. It is about us looking at the facts and the evidence and making a determination. That is what I did on February 25th, and that is what I will do again today. Thank you. Okay. Ex parte is over. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, my apologies. Before we proceed to staff's presentation, I do have a number of public comment that was received afternoon on Friday, October 31st, that will need to be voted into the record to be included as a part of the record, and I can go through those now. The first public comment letter is from Pasha Madavi, received October 31st at 1:59. A letter from Noah Bolin, Heal the Ocean, October 31st at 2:43. A letter from Helen Johnson, November 2nd, 9:47. We received 386 public comment letters from Civic Hub on October 31st between the hours of 1:18 and 1:37. A letter from Nicholas Sebastian on November 3rd at 10:11. Letter from Lawrence Severance, November 3rd, 12:12. A letter from Katie Davis on November 3rd at 12:40. Letter from Alina Gotis on November 3rd, 3:35. A letter from Gregory Sater, November 3rd, 4:29. A letter for Kalina Sapp on November 3rd at 5 p.m. and at 5:27 p.m. And lastly, a letter from Christy Lynn on November 3rd at 11:38. So again, if the board would like to include those as a part of the record, they would need to be voted in by the board.
Supervisor Hartman.
I move that we accept those items as the clerk read them into the record.
I'll second.
Okay.
And I have a comment.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I think we've talked about in the past that some of these, if we receive them in the record, we need to be able to review them. It's a lot for us to review. I'm not going to be able to review them all, so I'm going to vote no on this. I don't want to include it in the record. It's really important for us to be able to make good decisions, to have that information, as we do a lot of prep for these meetings, and so I'm not going to move this forward. I know that we've been trying to kind of find that time to make that hard stop here. Maybe this is not it for some of my colleagues, but it is for me. So I'm not going to vote to add those into the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I normally, I agree with you. Usually it's about the actual presentations and materials from the applicants or the appellants, but public comment. Anyway, I'm happy to support at this time. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino? Aye. Supervisor Hartman? Supervisor Nelson?
No.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Now we will move to staff presentation. Mr. Briggs.
Good morning, supervisors and members of the public. Today, the board is considering 2 appeals of the Planning Commission's approval to transfer county permits from ExxonMobil to Sable Offshore Corporation for a change of owner, operator, and guarantor of the San Ynez unit, the Popco gas plant, and the Las Flores pipeline system. Because of the nature of these appeals, we have multiple parties involved on both sides, and I'd like to quickly introduce who will be leading each of the teams. The applicant team includes both Sable Offshore Corporation, represented by Steve Rush, and also ExxonMobil, represented by Lauren Kaplan. And the appellants consist of 2 groups. First, the Center for Biological Diversity, together with the Wish-Toyo Foundation, to be represented by Rachel Matthews. And secondly, the Environmental Defense Center, together with Get Oil Out and the Santa Barbara County Action Network, represented by Linda Kropp and Tara Rengifo. The applicant's request is to transfer the county permits, or final development plan permits for, number 1, a change of owner, operator, and guarantor of the San Ynez unit permit from ExxonMobil to Sable. 2, a change of operator and guarantor of the Popco gas plant permit from ExxonMobil to Sable. And 3, a change of operator of the Las Flores pipeline systems permit from ExxonMobil Pipeline Company, and a change of guarantor from ExxonMobil to Sable. Under these requests, Popco remains the legal owner of the gas plant, and Pacific Pipeline Company remains the legal owner of the Las Flores pipeline system. Important to note, these requests are to transfer the county permits for the individual assets and not the underlying transfer of the assets themselves. Also, the transfers do not include authorization for restart of the facilities or any work or continued operations at the facilities. This slide shows the facilities' locations. On the left are the San Ynez unit facilities outlined in white, which are located along the Gaviota coast between El Capitan and Refugio. The Popco gas plant is a small portion of that area located in the middle of the canyon. On the right is a map showing the alignment of the Las Flores pipeline system as it stretches 122 linear miles from Las Flores Canyon and eventually ending at the Pentland delivery point in Kern County. A bit of background on the facilities and the permit transfers. The San Ynez unit facility and Popco gas plant treat oil and gas produced from offshore platforms Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage. Under normal circumstances, oil is transported for sale via the common carrier Las Flores pipeline system, formerly known as the Plains Pipeline, from the canyon to Kern County. A pipeline spill in 2015 under Plains All-American caused the pipelines and facilities to shut in. However, activities still occur to maintain facility integrity. Pacific Pipeline Company, an ExxonMobil subsidiary, acquired the system from Plains in 2022, and the board approved a permit transfer in 2023. Sable acquired the SYU, Popco, and Pacific Pipeline Company in February of 24 and submitted applications to transfer the assets in March of that year. The original decision maker for the requested transfers was the Planning Commission, who approved them on October 30th of last year. Following the approval, appeals were filed by both the EDC and the CBD. The appeals were initially considered by your board earlier this year on February 25th, where the board voted 2-2, thereby resulting in no action. Sable and ExxonMobil subsequently filed suit in federal district court. On September 12th, the court issued an order directing the board to hold a de novo public hearing to affirm, deny, or modify the Planning Commission's decision in compliance with County Code Chapter 25B within 60 days. The 60-day deadline for the board action is November 11th. If the board is unable to reach a vote that affirms, reverses, or modifies the Planning Commission's decision within this time period, the order directs the board to hold another de novo public hearing within 45 days, and so on. A majority vote is required to meet the requirements of the judge's order. For code consistency, this table outlines the requirements of Chapter 25B for each of the owner, guarantor, and operator. Chapter 25B is limited to 9 findings for the 3 changes, which are summarized in the left-hand column. The February 25th hearing materials and complete record for this request were included in this item's set hearing letter. Attachment A of the board letter includes the findings for approval adopted by the Planning Commission. The appellant's appeal issues were previously presented in detail during the February hearing earlier this year and fully analyzed in the February 25th board letter. Staff is not going to walk through each of the 13 appeal issues in detail again today, but rather provide a brief overview. The salient appeal issues relate to adequacy of the financial guarantees and questions about Sable's financial responsibility, concerns about Sable's ability to safely manage and operate the facilities, spill prevention and response, and state and federal agency compliance issues, which have continued since the February hearing. Again, staff's responses to these issues were detailed in the February 25th materials and presentation. While new facts have emerged since the February hearing, staff continues to recommend that the findings for approval be made. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors, 1, deny the appeals, 2, make the findings for approval, 3, determine the requests are not a project pursuant to CEQA, and 4, grant de novo approval of the permit transfers subject to the conditions of approval. And this completes our presentation. We're available for questions.
Thank you to our planning development team. Questions for staff at this point? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah. What kind of financial assurance do we have, or do you believe we can require in the event of a spill?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Hartman, so the financial assurances that we can require are limited by the project's conditions of approval. We have 2 facilities essentially that could result in a spill. That would be the SYU, the onshore facility, and the pipelines that come ashore from the offshore platforms are in state and federal waters. We have a certificate of financial responsibility through OSPR for $100 million, and that is the maximum amount allowed and required by OSPR. And then separately for the onshore pipeline, we also have certificates of financial responsibility, and the dollar amount escapes me at this time, but essentially what we can require is limited by each project's conditions of approval. And then beyond that, Sable has their own insurance that goes well above and beyond what's required by OSPR and their certificates of financial responsibility.
So how do you read Section 25B, or how do you interpret that we're allowed to ask for information needed to make financial guarantees finding, or any other information that we may need to approve a change in owner, operator, or guarantor in accordance with the chapter? Or the requirement, again, that the operator has the resources necessary to operate the permitted facility. I mean, that's what Chapter 25B says, and that's what I interpret my job up here is to determine whether we have the information to make that finding. And all we have is very little to go on.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, that is certainly, it's the board's discretion at this point. The staff reviewed the information that was provided, and then there's been additional supplemental insurance that's been provided, and had concluded that it satisfied the requirements of Chapter 25B. It's the board's discretion to make a different decision on that compliance.
So I guess I'll put it out there right now. I have a lot of questions about that and information that the record doesn't really respond to. Does the permit require that the owner-operator have financial responsibility to clean up a spill? does Sable's insurance, what kind of policy is it? Is it an occurrence-based pollution liability insurance? And would it still pay out if Sable was later bankrupt or dissolved? What are the policy limits, time frame per incident and in the aggregate? What if there's negligence or even gross negligence involved? If the permits haven't been complied with, does the policy still cover damage? I mean, I've got a whole list of questions, but those are the kinds of things that I think we have a right to understand.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, some of those questions I think are best posed to Sable.
Yes, and I'm getting them out there because I know we're going to hear, and I don't want to play hide the ball. I'm just saying these are some of my concerns.
Yes. It's my understanding that they have offered to have their insurance broker meet with the county. They have not provided us with the actual policy, but questions can be asked and be answered by Sable.
Okay, well, again, I'll leave it at that. I have more, but that's kind of my line of questioning.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I had one question for staff and actually for County Council. I just wanted to, before we really dive in here, to just understand scope of time period, because this is quite unusual to be doing a redo, a deja vu here. The judge, as everyone hopefully understands, has ordered that we redo this vote from February 25th. And so I just want to understand time frame. A lot has happened since February 25th. A lot has happened since over a year ago when the Planning Commission voted the way they did, and a lot has happened since staff has made the recommendation that the application was complete. And so my question, well, I also want to note that the judge in her ruling said that, quote, the board has the authority to conduct a de novo fact finding and is not just, quote, giving a thumbs up or down. So I just want to, before we dive in, understand the time frame. Are we looking at all of the facts up until November 4th, or are we looking up until what point so that we do our jobs up here adequately, County Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So your question on can the board consider any records or activities that post-date the application? The answer to that is yes. There are some findings that on compliance with existing permits that require the board to only consider compliance as the date of the application was deemed complete, but the other findings, including many of the other findings, do not include that limitation. So yes, for many of the findings, you can consider information all the way up until today's hearing.
So we're looking at compliance up to date, all of the things that have happened to date. Thank you. Okay, that's my for staff. Any other questions for staff? So as indicated, we are going to take a break at 11 o'clock. I think it's a good time to do so before we move into the next portion of the hearing. So we will take a 15-minute break at this point and convene back at 10 after 11. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We will now move to the appellant presentation, but first, our clerk has a couple announcements.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Yes, I did just want to note for members of the public who would like to speak on this item today, departmental item number 3 regarding the appeal of the Sable Offshore Corporation's change of owner, that if you haven't already submitted your speaker slip to the clerk here in the Santa Barbara hearing room or the Planning Commission hearing room, or on Zoom online, to please do so now. We will be closing public comment after the appellant's presentation. So in about the next 20 minutes, we will be closing public comment. So if you have not gotten your request to speak in yet, please do so now. Additionally, I did just want to remind the public that each speaker will be speaking for 1.5 minutes or allotted that amount of time. And for our 1 o'clock break, we did receive a request for it to be a little bit longer, so we're going to be taking a 30-minute recess at 1 o'clock for lunch. And that concludes my announcements.
Okay, good things. Okay, so now we move, like I said, to the appellant presentation, which will be 20 minutes, excuse me.
And I'll just wait for my slideshow to come on. Great.
And since I didn't pronounce your name very well, could you please introduce yourself, Tara?
Yes, Tara Refo.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Tara Refo with the Environmental Defense Center.
Thank you,
Madam
Tara.
Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Can you just, there's
Go
a
up?
button on the side. If you could just lift it up so I can hear you a little
Yeah,
bit
there
better.
you go.
Awesome.
How's this?
Wonderful.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
great. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Well, good morning, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Tara Refo. I'm a senior attorney with the Environmental Defense Center. And with me today is Linda Kropp, our Chief Counsel. We are here today on behalf of EDC, GU, SB Can, Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, and our local chapter of the Sierra Club. It has been nearly 9 months since this board last evaluated whether to give Sable the green light to control the SYU, Popco gas plant, and the Las Forest pipeline system. Today's hearing is about Sable. What have they been up to? As you'll learn today, this company has created its own minefield of litigation, fines, notices of violation, and even criminal charges in a matter of months. Their reps may come up here next and say, so what? Give us the permits. But 25B does not allow that. There are several findings that this board must make and to approve a permit transfer under 25B. My presentation will focus on 3 of those findings and why each lacks evidentiary support in the record. First, Sable is not capable of safely and responsibly operating these facilities. Second, there are existing permit compliance issues with respect to the pipeline in particular. Third, Sable clearly does not have the financial wherewithal and resources to respond to a disaster. As I and the center will explain, Sable's disregard for our community, our natural resources, our laws, must be met with a resounding no vote today. Briefly, it is important that the board is aware of how much information is missing from the board letter, and this is not a comment on staff. This is purely because substantial evidence must support the findings. So this is what this, oops, I think it's a little hard to see the slide. I don't know if I clicked out, but this is what this slide shows, and I will call out a few of those. So the board letter states that Sable has completed all necessary repairs. That's not true. On October 22nd, the fire marshal issued Sable a deficiency notice for incomplete work, informing Sable that the incomplete repairs prevent restart of the pipelines. They also left out that on October 15th, Judge Anderley denied Sable's writ, confirming that Coastal Commission has the authority to require a new CDP for the repairs. And taken together, this shows that Sable cannot legally perform additional repair work because the Coastal Commission injunction is still in place. The board letter doesn't even mention violations that have occurred during Sable's recent operations as documented by the county and APCD. You can't just skirt bad laws by omitting them, bad facts by omitting them. And finally, the board letter doesn't even mention that Sable has been criminally charged. If this board is supposed to decide whether Sable can safely and lawfully operate, how could that not include the fact that they're facing a felony complaint? Turning to 25B, this ordinance prohibits the transfer of county permits unless a permittee complies with the 25B requirements. There is a lot of misinformation about what 25B does and the scope of the board's authority in making its decision. Fortunately, these exact questions have been front and center in a recent lawsuit and were answered in the judge's ruling. The Honorable Dolly M.G. recognized that one codified purpose of 25B is to safeguard the natural resources and environment of the County of Santa Barbara. Given its purpose, Judge G. declared, 25B does not merely provide for the transfer of FDPs. It creates an administrative process designed to bar the transfer of FDPs to a transferee that would place the environment at risk. This is a de novo hearing, meaning what qualifies as safe operation and adequate financial responsibility is for this board to decide anew and pursuant to its discretion. A federal court agrees with us on this. In a September 12th order, Judge G made clear Chapter 25B gives the board discretion to evaluate the evidence, seek more information if needed, and decide whether the findings support a permit transfer. Sable's spin doesn't even merit debate when a federal judge has already confirmed exactly how much authority the board has. So let's dig into this first finding. 25B requires a showing that Sable is capable of safely and responsibly operating the facilities. No reasonable person would reach this conclusion. Before diving into the evidence, I want to make sure we have a shared understanding of this finding. County Council has clearly stated that the board has broad discretion to consider all relevant evidence of operator capability. County Council affirmatively rejected Sable's narrow construction of this finding as contrary to the plain language of the ordinance. Sable is embroiled in an extraordinary amount of civil and criminal litigation. These cases and the administrative processes that led up to them show that this company lacks the skills to operate safely and in compliance with the law as required by 25B. On September 16th, RDA filed criminal charges against Sable for environmental violations, including 5 felony violations. Sable only acquired these facilities from Exxon last year. It doesn't even have all of its approvals to begin operating. But our own DA has gathered enough evidence of Sable's alleged indifference to the law and disregard for our county's natural resources to bring criminal charges against this company. On October 3rd, the AG brought a lawsuit against Sable on behalf of the Regional Water Board for civil liabilities and injunctive relief. Several allegations by the AG in the complaint provide evidence of Sable's inability to operate safely and responsibly. For example, the AG accused Sable of making statements that were patently false, deliberately avoiding its obligation to obtain waste discharge requirements before commencing work, evading regulation, and not acting as a responsible operator would. Notably, our AG found Sable's management to be misinformed, incompetent, and incorrect at best. Why should our county think Sable would be any differently here? This case arose after Sable repeatedly ignored cease and desist orders and continued unpermitted work in sensitive coastal habitats, prompting the commission to impose an $18 million penalty. On October 15th, a Superior Court judge fully upheld the commission's actions, a big loss for Sable. This is clear evidence of a company that refuses to follow the law. I mentioned this securities fraud lawsuit mainly because it relates to the State Land Commission Chair's very public reprimanding of Sable, which is also missing from the board letter. In that letter, the chair denounced Sable's May 19th press release announcing that it had restarted operations at the SYU because it had not. Most relevant to these proceedings, the chair said Sable's action raised serious questions about its willingness to be a responsible operator and a transparent operator. She also found Sable to have a willful disregard for the directives of regulatory agencies. You just heard in the words of the district attorney, the state attorney general, a Superior Court judge, and the State Lands Commission chair, the reasons why Sable has not demonstrated it can operate responsibly or lawfully. This slide summarizes several recent notices of violations, leaks, and spills at the facilities. Let's start with the county because the board letter itself omits this information. 2 spills occurred at the facilities in August, a chemical spill of hydrochloric acid and a spill of sludge material. The cause of the sludge release was operator error. The county also sent Sable a notice of violation in April for its nighttime construction activities, i.e. outside of the work hours identified in the permits. Not only was Sable operating without a permit, since that decision is before you today, but this violation also demonstrates the company's inability to comply with the simplest and most objective permit requirement: when they can work. On the topic of leaks and spills, in a little over 2 months, Sable received 4 violations from our local air district, further demonstrating it lacks the skills necessary to operate in compliance with the permit and county code. And regarding the Coastal Commission and Regional Board lawsuits, I want to emphasize that these actions followed repeated notices and orders that Sable ignored, further demonstrating its willful disregard for the law and important safety requirements. So based on this record, no reasonable person could conclude that Sable meets the operator capability requirement, and the board must deny Sable's applications. Let's turn to the next finding, which is outlined in part here. As an aside, this is the only finding that has a limit on what information can be provided, and that is as of the date that the application is deemed complete. And that's explained in our comment letter. Sable, however, tries to stretch that narrow limitation to every finding in 25B. That language simply doesn't exist, as further confirmed by Judge G's September ruling and County Council today. In the interest of time, I will summarize this issue quickly. Effective cathodic protection was a central design feature reviewed in the 1985 EIR-EIS. Condition A7 in the pipeline permit requires that approved design be followed or deviations be approved, neither of which have occurred here. At the time Sable's applications were deemed complete, the pipeline's cathodic protection system was not effective according to PHMSA itself. Since the waivers were approved after Sable's applications were deemed complete, they are not relevant to this finding. Either way, the October 22nd fire marshal letter confirms that Sable has not even fully complied with those requirements. As a result, the board cannot make this finding because a substantial conformity determination has not been made pursuant to A7. And lastly, I, to be followed by the center, will discuss what financial assurances and resources are required under 2 of the 25B findings. So the remainder of my presentation will focus on why Sable has not demonstrated that it has sufficient capital to remediate after a spill or accident. All of the permits hold Sable liable in the event of an oil spill or other accident from the facilities. This slide in particular shows an excerpt from the SYU permit condition. When read in conjunction with the 25B findings on the previous slide, the proposed operator must demonstrate that it has sufficient financial resources to cover its liabilities under each permit, including paying for spill cleanup. The risk of an accident is not merely hypothetical. Having already seen the damage that these facilities can cause, it would be incredibly irresponsible and inconsistent with 25B not to ensure Sable can respond to a similar disaster. According to Plains, the 2015 spill cost around $870 million. That's roughly the same amount as Sable's growing debt to Exxon, the due date for which is extended only if the company receives $225 million in equity contributions. And even Sable acknowledged itself, there's no guarantee it will be able to satisfy the necessary conditions to effect the amendment. If not, the payment still comes due early next year. A significant amount of the company's cash flow is already from financing, meaning it is basically borrowing to finance a business that is now running towards a cliff with a huge debt payment owed. But at some point, it could become either too expensive or too risky for investors to keep betting on. So what would happen if Sable diminishes its remaining cash and a spill occurs during or shortly after restart? 25B puts the onus squarely on Sable as the proposed operator to show that it has the financial capacity to pay for cleanup and restoration to pre-spill conditions. The February board letter's reliance on federal funding for spill response is entirely speculative and problematic for many reasons. To name a few, there is a statutory cap on the funding available and limitations based on where the spill is, as well as what substance is discharged. And once again, no insurance policy was provided. Without reviewing the policies, it's impossible to assess the adequacy of Sable's insurance, which prohibits the county from making any financial assurance findings. Without the policy, there are so many questions, as you can see from this slide. So based on this record, it's impossible to assess the adequacy of Sable's insurance to comply with the permit terms, thereby prohibiting the board from making the financial assurances findings. In sum, the board cannot make the requisite findings to approve Sable's transfer applications, nor, as the center will explain, can it find that Sable provided adequate financial guarantees for abandonment. Thus, we respectfully request that you deny Sable's applications and direct staff to cease allowing Sable to operate the facilities. I yield my remaining time to the center to complete the presentation for appellants.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Questions from the board? Not at this time. Okay.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Rachel Matthews here on behalf of the Appellant Center for Biological Diversity and Wish-Toyo Foundation. So as you've just heard, in the months since the board's last hearing, Sable has dug itself into deep legal trouble. It has defied agency orders, and it has damaged Santa Barbara's sensitive waterways and ecosystems. We fully agree with our colleagues at EDC that this should disqualify Sable under Chapter 25B. But the board should also think about the future obligations that Sable will have. In particular, Sable is obligated to decommission or abandon the facilities at the end of production. Currently, the county has no bond or other financial guarantee to back up Sable's compliance with this obligation. This should raise your hackles. Oil and gas company defaults on decommissioning are so costly and so common that many surety companies won't even take on that risk anymore. The county shouldn't take on the risk either. But we wouldn't be here today if your job was to just rubber stamp these permits and to move on. The financial guarantees findings in Chapter 25B require the board to independently determine which methods of financial assurances are necessary to assure compliance with the law and whether these need to be updated. Chapter 25B also specifically asks the board to consider the financial record of the applicant, and it authorizes you to impose additional conditions on the permits. So as I said, Sable hasn't posted a decommissioning bond, even though the county can require one under all three permits. For example, the POPCO permit requires Sable to post a bond, but planning staff have misinterpreted this requirement to mean that Sable doesn't have to post a bond until the exact time that the obligation to decommission kicks in, and that's when the facilities are shut down. This is contrary to the language of the permits itself, and it also defies reason. Oil and gas regulators require decommissioning bonds before production begins because that's the only way they can ensure that they're actually protected. So it's not clear why Exxon was never required to post a bond despite the requirements in their permits. And while Exxon is a huge global company, the stakes have changed significantly or will change significantly with Sable taking over. So here's what we know right now. Sable's a new company. Its only assets are the SYU, including its corrosion-prone pipeline. It has a history of noncompliance. It is $875 million in debt to Exxon, and its corporate filings are filled with warnings about its own solvency. We also know that decommissioning facilities is extremely expensive. It's going to cost over $471 million to decommission the offshore assets alone. And we also know that CalGEM has asked for a $32 million bond for the Las Flores Canyon facilities. We don't know how much it's going to cost to decommission the pipeline, though. Finally, we know that when operators default, their predecessors may end up spending years in litigation fighting their responsibilities rather than just stepping in to clean up, because all of those liabilities are long gone from their books. On the other hand, there is important information that the board doesn't have. There is, as I mentioned, there's no estimate in the record of how much it will cost to decommission all of these onshore facilities. The board also doesn't have a credit rating for Sable or any other reliable measure of its creditworthiness, which is one of the main ways that regulators assess bonding levels. Market capitalization is just too volatile to give you a good sense of whether a company is liable to default. And then finally, there's no proof on the record that Sable has complied with its federal and state bonding requirements, including the CalGEM bond that I mentioned earlier. So on this record, the board can't possibly make the financial guarantees finding, and it would be irresponsible to transfer these permits without additional financial protections. And so we ask that you vote to reverse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions at this point for the appellant? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah. So for some of the assets, Sable is not the owner, they're the operator. Would the owner have liability, and particularly would Exxon have any liability, or how would you talk about that for onshore decommissioning?
So all three of the permits require the permit holder to decommission the facilities. So I don't know if it comes down to owner versus operator versus guarantor, but the fact is that whoever owns the facility there needs to be a decommissioning bond for the facilities under the permits, and that requirement has not been filled.
I'm sorry, that's an operator responsibility?
That's a permit responsibility.
Of the operator?
Yes, owner-operator, yeah.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. I have actually a question for the EDC. If you want to go back.
Hi.
Hi.
Tara
thank you.
Rengifo with EDC.
Yeah, thank you. You were talking about the fact that Sable's had some oil spills and they're being prosecuted by the district attorney as part of the reason why they shouldn't own or operate a facility. So I guess I'm trying to make sure I understand that logic there. So your logic is an operator who has spills and has been prosecuted by the district attorney is not a responsible party? Is that what you contend?
I think we're getting a few pieces here. So it all falls under the finding of operator capability, which is, does Sable have the necessary skills, training, and resources to comply with the permits?
You brought up some spills that they've
codes.
had.
So the spills that I referenced were specific to within the county at the facilities themselves. The AG complaint is related to the administrative process before the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And that's with regards to work that they performed and the repair work and around that situation. So I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
You also mentioned the criminal prosecution by the district attorney's office.
That's right. So that's also with regards to their unpermitted repair, or the repair work that potentially violated certain environmental
So I'm just trying to understand the logic. So if you have spills, you're being prosecuted by the district attorney's office, you're probably not a responsible operator. Is that what the conclusion?
I don't think you can just pull one piece of evidence out. It's about substantial evidence under the law. And here we have substantial evidence for all the reasons I detailed today of why they cannot make a finding of, the board cannot make a finding of operator capability.
But you believe those things are evidence of that?
They go to substantial evidence of that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good with our questions for now. And at this point, I'm going to close public comment before we go to the applicant. So public comment is now closed. Thank you. We'll go to our applicant, Sable.
And just for clarification, we're going to split our time with ExxonMobil. Sable is going to be 15 minutes, and then we'll be switching over to ExxonMobil.
Okay, that sounds good.
Also, before we begin, I would just like to formally renew our request for recusal of Chair Capps and Supervisor Hartman. We do understand that you are rejecting that, but for the record, I need to renew it here.
Thank you.
All right.
There you go. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Steve Rush. I'm Vice President of Environmental and Regulatory Affairs for Sable Offshore Corporation. The staff has already recommended and the Planning Commission has approved. We ask that you here today deny the appeals and approve our application for change in owner, operator, and guarantor for the SYU project, Popco gas plant, and Los Flores pipeline systems to Sable Offshore Corporation. As Mr. Briggs noted, Sable acquired these facilities in February of 2024 and has been working with the county, state, and federal regulators. And just to be really clear on that point, Sable owns the facilities. We bought the facilities, we're operating the facilities, we hire the staff, a lot of who are here today. And we're paying the county and state taxes on these facilities. The limited purpose of this hearing is to seek approval of the transfer of the county permits for these facilities under County Code 25B. Your Planning Commission approved these transfers and county staff recommends that you approve them as well, and the law requires it. Our counsel, Jessica Stebbins-Bina, will now address the next.
Before voting today, and especially in light of the court order requiring the hearing, I want to talk a moment about what Chapter 25B actually requires. And I will note, contrary to what counsel for appellants said, the court has not yet interpreted Chapter 25B. Judge G, in fact, expressly deferred the interpretation of Chapter 25B. She did not adopt either side's interpretation because the board had failed to vote and she wanted to review the board's vote. And so she directed us to come back here, have you make a decision. But she has not ruled that it is discretionary or not discretionary. And county council, in fact, has only taken the position that a single of the 9 factors, one that's applicable to operators only, has any room for discretion. So I just want to get that out of the way. Chapter 25B outlines the specific narrow inquiry required by the county when evaluating a change of owner, operator, or guarantor. Sections 25B9 and B10 contain the specific findings. Again, 9 of these apply to operator, only 1 applies to guarantor, and only 5 apply to owner. And county council has conceded that the 1 that applies to guarantor and the 5 which apply to owner are not discretionary. They are ministerial, and there is no room for subjective views when a matter is ministerial. The county's inquiry under Chapter 25B is also significantly limited by federal and state preemption, which restrict local regulation with respect to several key areas. First, pipeline safety, design, and operation are fully preempted by federal law through the Hazardous Liquid Pipeline Safety Act, which vests exclusive authority in PHMSA, which has delegated it to the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And a quote from the statute, the Office of the State Fire Marshal has exclusive safety regulatory and enforcement authority over intrastate hazardous liquid pipelines. Why do I mention that? Because there's been a lot of questions already today. There will be more about pipeline safety, about Sable's operator capabilities with respect to the pipeline. That is 100% preempted by federal law, and it is not something that this county can consider. Second, evidence of financial responsibility for spill response is governed exclusively by the State Office of Spill Prevention and Response, OSPR. The county cannot lawfully impose additional or different financial spill requirements beyond those required by state law. That field is occupied and that too is preempted. As you heard earlier, Sable has the maximum responsibility under the state law standard of $100 million for each facility. It has, however, significant additional financial responsibilities, including $700 million in insurance, which we'll talk about in a minute. I will note for Supervisor Hartman, the insurance, we did offer to share it with staff. Our brokers have met with staff and it does apply in all of the situations that you are concerned about. We're happy to continue that conversation, but the insurance is fully viable in the event of a spill. Third, preemption is also established by the California State Lands Commission, which regulates various offshore, by BSEE and by Cal OSHA, which also have regulations that impact local jurisdiction. And finally, in 1988, this county recognized its own limitations with respect to pipeline operations in the Celeron settlement. Here are the 9 factors: the owner, the operator, and the guarantor. And I will note again, just with respect to the financial guarantees, because this is something we heard a lot about earlier, the actual language of the financial guarantees finding here is simply that the insurance bonds and instruments approved by the county and necessary to comply with the permit and any county ordinance have been updated to reflect the new owner and will remain in effect. This is not a new finding. It is just updating with the new owner's information. Back to Steve.
Yeah, the Planning Commission's findings confirm that Sable has met all the county code requirements, and there's no basis to find that these requirements are not now satisfied. Click it. Again, this is preempted by OSPR, but to be clear, Sable exceeds the financial requirements under 25B. As the Planning Commission found and the staff report confirms, there's a lot of detail this side, but the bottom line is, Jessica's mentioned, is that there's more than $700 million in insurance to address any incident. And this was to address the board's previous concern that $400 million wasn't enough, so we've upped it to $700 million. Next slide. Sable certificates of financial responsibility are on file and approved by the state. That plan is based on an operating pipeline and not a pipeline without flowing oil, as has been claimed by the appellants. All compliance and contingency plans have been updated and reviewed by staff as required by 25B, including a valid and effective spill contingency plan. Staff has reviewed all these plans more than required by 25B and confirmed they've been updated consistent with 25B. In each of the last 2 years, we've successfully completed 2 emergency response drills per year, and we're complimented by the agencies present. In fact, they've used those drills as a training ground for their own agency personnel. Most importantly, Sable meets and exceeds the operator capability requirements, as evidenced by all the experience levels of staff, most notably in similar situations, Santa Barbara Channel, Outer Continental Shelf, and associated onshore facilities. Our extensive track record shows it has the experience necessary to continue to safely operate these facilities, as exemplified over the past year. The Planning Commission notes that the extensive subject matter expertise of Sable's management team, representing an average of 31 years of experience operating oil and gas facilities within the county, and the on-site management team's more than 2 decades of average experience. We've had 0 major incidents involving crude oil and gas facilities within the United States. Sable's management team has demonstrated its ability to operate these facilities in an exemplary fashion. Also, we have an awesome field operations workforce, as I mentioned, many of you who are here today. This finding is narrow and requires the county to review specifically enumerated compliance records and corrective actions for major incidents at similar facilities. And again, this is preempted for the pipeline. OSFM, the fire marshal, has exclusive jurisdiction over pipeline safety and design. We've demonstrated a strong commitment to world-class quality and safety. Sable implements rigorous testing programs to ensure that the production facilities operate safely. Our enhanced safety protocols and management systems are overseen by our experienced team, who are key to our long-standing record of safely and successfully operating oil and gas production facilities in California and in the Santa Barbara Channel. The board has already looked at cathodic protection when it approved the transfers to ExxonMobil. While cathodic protection remains fully in place on the pipeline, this board already correctly found that cathodic protection is not a condition of the FDP. Before the February 25 hearing, county staff confirmed again that that Sable is in full compliance, and there are no changes from September 23 with respect to the board's cathodic protection findings.
After the Planning Commission approved the transfers, as you all know, 2 appeals were filed. These appeals significantly misstate the facts and misrepresent the county code. They're an effort to distract the board from the mandatory and narrow requirements of Chapter 25B. One thing I do want to note with respect to the court order, while the court has not yet construed Chapter 25B, she has confirmed that this board must follow the code and cannot simply act on things that are outside its text, other concerns that are outside the actual text of Chapter 25B in making its decision. And that's required by procedural due process. We also do want to note our disagreement with County Council's position with respect to whether the entire code provision is only as of the date the application is deemed complete. The County Council is correct that it appears only in some provisions, but the effect of the code as well as the process that's in place, including the review process, we believe requires that the entire application be considered as of that date. So again, just noting that for the record. One thing to note here is that a permit transfer appeal is a quasi-judicial process which requires a full and fair due process hearing. This is not a political decision. Procedural due process requires that applicants have fair notice in the statute of the requirements they are required to follow, and the board does not have authority to add extra requirements not in the text of Chapter 25B. They would violate due process if they determine the appeals based on materials that are not fairly disclosed within the text of the ordinance. We already talked about this. The board cannot consider information, in our view, that postdates the applications, but to be clear, and as we'll talk about in a moment, consideration of later timed information does not change the outcome under Chapter 25B regardless. I'm going to quickly go through the next few slides because I think they are well covered in our written submission, and I'm mindful that I have 3 minutes left, so I will jump through these responses to some of appellant's specific arguments. But I do want to focus here on a few things we've heard today with respect to resources and the ability to add a decommissioning bond or require other additional financial assurances that are not in the permit. The appellants have relied on a draft version of the statute, and the provisions that they've talked about, including the idea that they can just add a decommissioning bond or that we have to show responsibility for shutdown of the facilities, that they could require additional financial assurances, those were all specifically removed from the draft statute. And in fact, when they were specifically removed, staff issued a report that was actually initially submitted to this board by EDC, and that report confirmed that neither the financial guarantees nor the abandonment findings impose any unspecified financial requirements. They simply require that the provisions in permits and ordinances are adhered to, and confirmed that they would not open up the permits for renegotiation of financial responsibility other than when the permits are already provided for that. So there is no ability of this board to add additional financial requirements beyond those in the permit. And contrary to appellant's contention, the permits do not require a decommissioning bond until the facilities are shut down, and that's very clear, and that's the way the county has interpreted the permits since 1988. In the legislative history, I think we covered that already. Because Chapter 25B is such a narrow statute and a mandatory one, appellants are asking the board to look beyond it. They've asked to focus on the dispute with the Coastal Commission. I will note that everything that Sable did with respect to the Coastal Commission was authorized by the county specifically, and it would be arbitrary and capricious for the county to deny a permit transfer based on conduct that it authorized. With respect to the Air District and a few small spills which were mentioned today, I will note that these were all self-reported. They were immediately corrected. There was no damage to the environment in any of them. The Air District was consistent with historical operations at SYU, and in fact, based on appellant submission, we had the exact same number of violations as Santa Barbara County Fire Department. All to say, this is not the sort of systemic noncompliance that would justify or demonstrate a failure to comply with county permits. With respect to the water board and the related criminal charges, we are engaged active resolution with respect to the agencies to reach resolution. Several of the water board sites have been retroactively permitted. We are working to try to retroactively permit the others. And with respect to the criminal charges, they are vigorously disputed. In the United States of America, you are presumed innocent until proven otherwise, and we do not believe that allegations constitute evidence of wrongdoing, and they are not a basis for a finding by this board.
And lastly, just go to the last bit. We ask that the board follow law and deny the appeals. We're available for any questions the board may have after the closure of public comment, and now we'll pass it off to next.
To move this down. Is it this button? All right, almost good afternoon. I am Lauren Kaplan, and I'm speaking on behalf of ExxonMobil Corporation and its affiliates. ExxonMobil is participating in today's hearing as the prior owner, operator, and guarantor of these facilities with long-held permits in the county, and as one of the county's biggest taxpayers for many decades, paying millions of dollars each year in property taxes. I'd like to start just by way of background to emphasize the permits that we're discussing here today were issued in 1987, 1988, and 1993, which was all well before Chapter 25B was passed in 2001. In operating the facilities, ExxonMobil was a good partner to the county and had a long history of safe, incident-free operations. ExxonMobil worked diligently to meet the county's regulations and stated preferences for oil and gas operations. ExxonMobil previously used an offshore vessel to transport oil, and when the county stated a different preference, it moved its facilities onshore. Now, consistent with the county's preference, ExxonMobil seeks to transfer the FDPs for the assets to Sable, but the county has refused to act on the transfer. The presentations by the applicants and planning staff demonstrate that the requirements of Chapter 25B have been met, and the Planning Commission's prior approval should be upheld. I'm here just to make 3 additional points. First, ExxonMobil sold these assets with the understanding that the county's rules would be applied objectively and fairly. The county's role in FDP transfers under Chapter 25B is limited to ensuring compliance with specific enumerated requirements. Any broader construction of these requirements grants the county unbridled discretion to reject permit transfers based on arbitrary and random criteria. No one could operate or sell a business in this county if such standards are in place. ExxonMobil expects that Supervisor Lee, as a business owner, you would understand the need for this consistency. You need to have assurance that you can sell or transfer your business without ministerial ordinances effectively blocking that transfer. It cannot be that Chapter 25B's purpose is to prevent large oil companies from selling to smaller ones, or that the board is empowered to do essentially anything to prevent this from happening. This interpretation would make asset transfers by companies like ExxonMobil, which is one of the world's largest oil companies, virtually impossible. Second, ExxonMobil has experienced inconsistent application of this regulation. ExxonMobil has been here before. I've been here before. In 2023, when Plains sold the pipeline to ExxonMobil, the county confirmed Chapter 25B's narrow scope and approved that transfer. Chair Capps, you confirmed at that 2023 hearing that a change of ownership is an administrative action, and it does not have any impacts on the environment. And in approving a transfer, all the county is doing is ensuring that the county permit actually matches the company that owns the pipeline, and that is important. Yet, in February 2025, the board failed to vote in favor of transferring the permits to actually match the company that has owned the pipeline for now almost 2 years, and Chair Capps cited pipeline safety as the rationale for her denial vote, and that is not something that the board should be considering. In the February 2025 hearing, Chair Capps, you acknowledged that Sable met the requirements of a checklist. That should have been the end of the inquiry. Supervisor Hartman, you've recused yourself from every proceeding involving ExxonMobil in this pipeline, including the prior owner-operator transfer.
because the line runs adjacent to the northeast corner of your property. And now you have determined, without any change of circumstances or legal advice, that you are no longer required to recuse yourself. If the board takes the approach that the appellants are advocating for, the county will have converted a routine ministerial paperwork change into an undeterminable process subject to this board's political whims. This arbitrary approach seriously jeopardizes the constitutionality of 25B, and the board should tread carefully if the county wishes to have any future review opportunity for oil and gas permit transfers. Now, finally, I want to make clear that the county's actions threaten to violate ExxonMobil's vested rights to own, operate, and sell these assets, and ExxonMobil will take whatever actions are necessary to protect those rights. The county cannot unjustifiably deny the ExxonMobil affiliates the ability to exit from the permits despite the sale of the facilities. Doing so would infringe on their constitutionally protected rights and substantially impede the performance of the contract that ExxonMobil has with Sable. ExxonMobil will continue to exercise its legal rights to ensure the permits are transferred and will seek to recover from the county all damages incurred. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions at this time? At this point, excuse me. Let's have some quiet. Any questions at this point? Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I have a couple. The first is, would you allow that the county has authority to protect public health, coastal resources, and taxpayers?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I think the county has authority in certain areas. They don't have broad general authority to construe any statute to protect those things. They're bound by the words in the statute, and they are in some areas preempted by federal and state law.
Okay. Is Sable, are there any other state or federal issues that Sable is facing other than the ones that have been pointed to today, such as OSHA?
I'm not certain whether there are any other state and federal issues that Sable is facing. I will note that state and federal issues are expressly outside the scope of Chapter 25B. So it is certainly possible, but they're not part of my preparation for this hearing. There were a number of state and federal issues mentioned, and again, state and federal authorities are the authorities with jurisdiction.
I think a culture of responsibility and safety and protecting workers and the environment and the citizens is very much a county responsibility. If there were a spill, is Exxon still on the hook?
If there were a spill, Sable's insurance would almost certainly cover it. While appellants mentioned a very large number for cleanup of the prior spill, in fact, the hard cleanup costs by their own estimates were around 110, 120 million tops. The pipeline now has a much lower potential discharge in a worst-case scenario spill, which is something the Office of the State Fire Marshal has confirmed. So more than likely, the $700 million would fully cover the spill and then some. With respect to who is still on the hook, beyond that, I know that there is a county requirement for prior owner liability with abandonment. I don't believe there is one with respect to spill response. But again, spill response is governed by OSPR and is specifically set, and Sable has fully, maximally put in the amount that is required by state law for spill response.
Could we talk a little bit more about decommissioning? If in fact Sable did go bankrupt after a spill, who would be responsible for decommissioning? The ordinance does say that the previous owner is on the hook, but evidently the plain reading of the ordinance isn't something that you're willing to accept on its face. So
I disagree. I vehemently agree that the plain reading of the ordinance is correct and should be applied by this board. I don't think that's what some of you are interested in doing. But in fact, I do think that the statute says that the board may look to prior owners in the event of decommissioning. I will also note again that the board considered in 2001 adding an express decommissioning requirement to Chapter 25B. They did not ultimately add that. It was expressly removed, and their own staff confirmed that no decommissioning requirements could be required consistent with the actual adopted language of the statute.
I believe 25B does in fact assert that the previous owner would be responsible for decommissioning.
Yes, I mean additional decommissioning bonds not already required by the permit. That was what I was referring to there.
So what do you make of the or at least 25B saying that we can ask for information needed to assure the financial guarantees finding, or any other information that the county may require to approve any change in owner, operator, or guarantor?
Well, I have two responses to that, Supervisor Hartman. The first is that the statute, the ordinance evolved as it was written, and as I just discussed, it was originally written to be quite broad. In fact, there were going to be additional ordinances adopted specifically with respect to financial responsibility. Over time and in negotiation with industry leaders as well as people who raised concerns about the proposed breadth of the ordinance, it narrowed. And so the financial assurances that were originally contemplated under the initial draft when that language was introduced were broader, and they were narrowed in the final draft. The second thing I would note is that this applies to a wide variety of permits, some of which may have broader financial requirements than these permits do, in which case a broader inquiry might be appropriate. But here, you are limited to looking at what is necessary to comply with the permit and with the county ordinances, and that is a short list.
I don't see a list really here. I see a requirement that we have some discretion in asking for information to be assured that indeed there is the financial capability.
You may ask for information, Supervisor Hartman, but you are limited to confirming, and I'm quoting from the chapter, that the necessary insurance bonds or other instruments or methods of financial responsibility approved by the county and necessary to comply with the permit and any county ordinance have been updated, if necessary, to reflect the new owners and will remain in full effect following the ownership change. And again, staff confirmed today, but also in 2001, that that did not permit the addition of unspecified financial assurances.
I guess it's a difference of interpretation then.
So it seems.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
So earlier you made a statement about comparing yourself to our county firefighters about violations. Can you clarify that?
Yes, we were looking at the documents EDC submitted with their filing, which did include a small number of air quality board review board notices of violation, as well as I think 2 self-reported small spills that had no environmental impact. And we would just count it up. There are a number of businesses in the county that had dozens and substantially more than Sable did. I believe, and forgive me if I misspeak, but when we did the count, it appeared that our NOVs were equal to the county fire departments.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. I don't like you comparing ourselves to our county firefighters. So just want to say that.
Well, Supervisor Lee, just to add to that, if you look back at the history of just SYU, the amount of those small infractions with the APCD is consistent going back 10, 15 years. Actually, back to when I worked on SYU for the prior owner, same thing. I mean, these are typical, we self-report every little thing. I mean, the regulations in Santa Barbara County are probably the most stringent in the world. And any slight deviation, and we send millions of data points to APCD, so you can conceive that you're going to have these minor discretions, and there's processes to address those, and we have addressed those.
And Supervisor Lee, to be clear, my comparison to the firefighters was not in any way, shape, or form to malign the firefighters, but to emphasize the fact that the very best organizations in this county still sometimes run afoul of the air quality requirements because there are so many.
Okay, I had just one question. So we're clear that Chapter 25B states that the applicant has this, quote, skills, training, and resources necessary to operate the permitted facility in compliance with the permit and all applicable county codes. In February of this year, contrary to the mischaracterization by Exxon, I asked a lot of questions about the resources part of that statement. Specifically, I asked for the insurance policy and was kind of given a non-answer when asked if it could be produced. So to this date, has that insurance policy been produced?
It has not, Chair Capps, we
Thank you.
have repeatedly offered to staff to share it with them. Because of legal issues, we cannot have it placed in the public record. However, we have offered to have an in-camera review. We have offered to have our broker sit down and walk through the liabilities and exclusions. We have done everything other than place our confidential insurance into the public record, and we remain willing to do that. There is no issue with our insurance that would affect the county's recovery.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. I believe at this point, we'll kind of move to, just looking at the clerk, I think we move to public comment at this point. Let us have the final number here.
Chair Capps and members of the board, before we proceed with public comment, I did just want to make a quick note for the record that Supervisor Hartman did submit to my office the aforementioned ex parte that she had regarding research on state and federal funds for oil spill response, and that is now available online. And I believe it is being passed out and is going to be made available in the back of the room. We are having some printer issues at the moment, but copies are being made for anyone who is interested in the ex parte that was mentioned by Supervisor Hartman.
Okay, so we will begin with public comment to this agenda item, which is departmental item number 3.
And we have 95 requests to speak on this item. And if you are a member of the public and signed up on Zoom, if you can please log in now. It looks like there's quite a number of public members who signed up that are not logged into Zoom. So if you are watching and not logged into Zoom, please log in now. And a reminder to those, public comment has been closed. It was closed at 11:40, so we are not taking any additional speakers. That's in person and on Zoom. So if you signed up after 11:40, the public comment period was already closed.
And we are going to take a break at 1 o'clock, so we'll get through just a small portion of those at the beginning, and then we'll proceed after that 1 o'clock break.
And each speaker will be receiving allotted a minute and a half to speak. We'll begin on Zoom with Christina Sandoval, to be followed by Michael Leones. Christina?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Christina Sandoval. I'm the director of the UCSB Coal Point Reserve on the Goleta Coast, 10 miles south of where the refuel oil spill occurred. I am at the reserve every day, serving, teaching, and engaging the public about the preservation of our coastline. I tell them about the devastating effects of a refuel oil spill. We documented dead animals covered in oil, snowy plovers with patches of oil on their feathers. We watched the snowy plovers eating oil accidentally while trying to clean themselves. We documented infertility on snowy plovers following the oil spill. I also learned about a hard lesson. Oil companies do not pay sufficiently for the damages they cause. As a steward of the California coast, I do not support the renewal of the oil exploration on our coast based on this recent history of negligence and disregard for the environment, and because the direction we needed to go is renewable energy. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Leones, to be followed by Christopher Alexander. Michael?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Lyons, Board President of Get Oil Out. Sable simply can't be trusted to operate safely, responsibly, and in compliance with the law. Several recent leaks, spills, and notice of violations from local agencies, including Santa Barbara County, are missing from the staff report and include 2 spills at their facilities in August this year. One was 280 gallons of hydrochloric acid. The other was about 5,000 cubic feet of sludge caused by operator error. Some of the sludge leaked outside the area it was supposed to be contained in. Santa Barbara County also sent Sable a notice of violation in April this year because county residents complained about construction happening late at night, outside the allowed work hours. This shows the company wasn't following one of the most basic rules of all, when they're allowed to work. In addition, 2 months ago, our local air pollution control district issued 4 separate notice of violations to Sable for not allowing air pollution permit rules. Following air pollution permit rules. There's a pattern here. The operator has repeatedly failed to comply with agreed upon rules and laws that protect public health and environment. Allowing Sable to continue its pattern of careless operation serves to our community and environment at a cost far greater than the profit Sable will generate from their oil. Please don't let this occur on your watch. Nobody wants to say, "I told you so." Thank you.
We will now go to Christopher Alexander to be followed by Elizabeth Martinez. Christopher?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
My name is Christopher Alexander. I'm with a company called Apex. And over the past year, 21 of our most experienced, most meticulous, and most dedicated pipeline inspectors have served at work sites throughout the Las Flores pipeline system. Our folks are seasoned professionals. They are safety leaders who are working side by side with the maintenance crews, biologists, even archaeologists, all to ensure that the work gets done right. Our team members are also proud outdoorsmen. They breathe the same air, they walk the same trails, and they share the same concern for our natural environment as other members of this community. And so that's why every time they step onto a job site, the protection of people and the environment is their very highest priority. Our company provides inspection services to many different energy companies, not just in California, but across the United States. And I can tell you, the quality of the repair work on the Las Flores pipeline represents the highest construction and maintenance standards in our industry. Our inspectors have seen it firsthand in the field each and every day. And as board members, you should listen to their expertise. Show business leaders in Santa Barbara County that permitting decisions like this one will be made within the limits of the law and with consideration of the legitimate experts in the field. We strongly support Sable, and we respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to follow the expertise, including that of their own staff, follow the law,
That is your
and deny
time.
the appeals. Thank you.
We will now go to Elizabeth Martinez to be followed by Ken Huff. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Elizabeth, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute to provide your comments. Alrighty, moving on, we will go to Ken Huff to be followed by Lisa Gilfillan. Ken?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. I'm Ken Huff, Co-Executive Director of Santa Barbara County Action Network, which is represented by EDC on this matter. When I addressed your board last February, I focused on the genesis and the purposes of Chapter 25B. I noted the recent track record at the time of Sable, which had not been operating within the regulatory framework. And since that time, Sable's violations have continued and grown by leaps and bounds, as described by EDC. The defective pipeline runs through North County, where I live. A year ago, I described the risks to the Cuyama Valley to the Planning Commission. Sable's draft integrated contingency plan includes a graph illustrating the volume of oil that would spill into the Cuyama Valley near the river, resulting from a worst-case spill. The unsafe pipeline rises 1,300 feet between a safety valve in the valley and the next valve at the top of the mountains before the drop into Kern. Even if the valves were immediately closed upon a breach in Coyama Valley, almost all the oil from the mountaintop on down would flow by gravity into Coyama Valley. That would be more than 1.7 million gallons, 14 times the size of the Plains pipeline spill 10 years ago, and 400 times the size of the tanker truck spill into the Coyama River a few years ago. Please protect our water and communities by denying these permit transfers. Thank you.
And it appears Lisa Gilfillan has left the Zoom meeting, so we will now go to Candace Menigan to be followed by Juan Lares. Candace? And Candace, we have unmuted you on our end. There you go.
Hi there. Good morning, Chair Caps and Supervisors. My name's Candace Menigan, and I'm the Executive Director of Coastal Ranches Conservancy, who has been a fierce advocate for the environment in 76 miles of the Gaviota Coast for the past 20 years. The Gaviota Coast makes up 15% of Southern California's coastline and represents 50% of California's remaining rural coastline and is the largest intact remnant of this Mediterranean-type ecosystem. A coastline that is now very much a threat of Sable's ongoing operations. This pipeline runs through state parks, county parks, several land trust properties, and is home to an array of endangered species from Southern California steelhead, snowy plovers, California red-legged frogs, and many of our precious waterways and our marine life along the marine sanctuaries. On February 15th, while hiking at Barone Ranch with my family, I saw Sable staff actually throw signage aside to say, stay out of sensitive habitat. And for the past year, I've really been watching them disturb sensitive habitats up and down the coastline. We implore you to take the duty of care owed to our environment, our communities, to heart in making your decision today and denying the transfer of this permit to safeguard our communities and our biodiversity. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Juan Lares to be followed by Chelsea Marquez. Juan?
Thank you. My name is Juan Lares. I'm speaking in opposition to item 3 and the transfer of permits from ExxonMobil to Sable Offshore Corporation. This proposal moves our region backwards. Sable has already demonstrated an inability to operate responsibly. The company performed extensive work along the San Ynez Unit pipeline corridor without required permits, leading to the Coastal Commission to issue an $18 million penalty for excavation, vegetation removal, and construction in sensitive coastal areas. Superior Court judge agreed these permits were required, and the Attorney General has since filed criminal charges related to environmental violations. This is not a minor compliance issue. It shows a pattern of disregarding community safeguards. Reauthorizing this operator would put our health, coastline, and economy at continued risk from aging infrastructure tied to a pipeline that already caused a major spill in 2015. Our region deserves partners who respect our laws and are aligned with a safer, forward-looking energy future. Sable has not shown that. I urge you to vote no on item 3. Thank you.
We will now go to Chelsea Marquez to be followed by Thomas Becker. Chelsea?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. My name is Chelsea Marquez, and as a current environmental studies major at UCSB, I'm strongly opposed to Sable's proposed offshore oil drilling. The economic benefits of this project don't outweigh the potential environmental risks. Having done research for Professor Martin on Standard Oil, which is now ExxonMobil, and the proposed offshore oil drilling in Morro Bay, it is clear that offshore oil drilling should not occur in ecologically sensitive areas. The offshore oil drilling project in Morro Bay was ultimately rejected because the area was recognized as environmentally sensitive. Santa Barbara, just like Morro Bay, is an ecologically sensitive region, home to endangered species and unique geography. For these reasons, I strongly urge opposition in offshore oil drilling in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
We will now go to Thomas Becker to be followed by Larry Bickford. Thomas? Nope.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. If the applicant meets the legal conditions that are required to transfer ownership, then the transfer must be allowed. It is unlawful for the board to place conditions on the transfer that are not required under the codes or statutes that control the transfer process. Placing new requirements on the transfer that are not codified or applicable to the existing permits is a kind of ex post facto law. For instance, the second district supervisor wants to make it a condition that the applicant submit their entire insurance policy for public review. That is a condition that is not required under existing codes or statutes for transferring of ownership. Everyone who wants to have laws applied equally and fairly should be very concerned about this Board of Supervisors trying to impose conditions that are basically ex post facto. Anybody should be concerned, regardless of your position on this issue. Thank you.
And we will now go to Larry Bickford. Are you in person? All righty. To be followed by Mike Umbro. Larry?
Sable, if in the news the last couple of days, in the financial news, there's indication that Sable is financially in big trouble.
Put the mic a little closer. There you go.
In the financial news the last couple of days, there's been a lot of information indicating that Sable is financially in big trouble. Stock price is down 75% year to date, 25% in the last 2 days. Revenue growth for 3 consecutive years has been 0. The balance sheet strength indicates serious liquidity issues. The financial strength scores indicates that the company is in financial distress. A lot of this stems from a $250 million loan that was offered and is pending by ExxonMobil, contingent upon other successful fundraising endeavors. All this brings a bottom line. Sable might not be able to cover any additional operation expenses going forward. What security does the county have that should the company fail, the pipeline won't? That's it. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Umbro to be followed by Julia Bickford. Mike?
Hello, my name is Mike Umber with Californians for Energy and Science. We started this meeting with the pledge that said liberty and justice for all, not liberty and justice for those with grievances that have no scientific basis and no fact behind them. Now, Chair Capps, you mentioned you're concerned about global warming. I wonder how your opinion has changed now that Bill Gates has said it is not an existential threat at all. He just said that last week, but maybe the smiling faces to my right here have given you science that Bill Gates isn't aware of. Supervisor Lee, you run a restaurant. Do you cook with electricity only, or do you use natural gas? Supervisor Hartman, you live in this area. You have property in this area. Would you rather have the product move safely to shore on pipeline with a responsible operator that has demonstrated success in this region? Or would you rather have tankers? Tankers are responsible for 7 of the 10 largest spills in the United States waters, not pipelines, tankers. So you're inviting more spill risk. And finally, on the issue of responsibility, Exxon will own this responsibility cradle to grave, not to mention they are fully bonded and capable of responding to this spill. So please lead with facts. Please deny this appeal and lead with facts, not emotion, because Californians need facts and affordable, reliable local energy. Thank you.
We will now go to Julia Bickford to be followed by Lucy G. Julia?
Second, I'm short.
Hello, I'm apparently here in person too. My name is Julia Bickford. I was born and raised here. I've studied environmental science for my whole academic career. And I would just like to point out that there is not, as the previous speaker stated, a choice between tankers or pipelines. There's a choice between oil or renewable energy, and that should really be on the table. And this pipeline is absolutely going to spill. Sable has committed multiple violations over the past several years, and we in Santa Barbara know the history of oil spills and have no desire to repeat that. The only responsible choice to protect our fragile marine ecosystems that we all love and the people who live here is to deny this permit and refuse to let them operate these pipelines that are already corroded. And thank you so much. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
We will now go to Lucy G. to be followed by Sneha Nambodiri. Lucy?
Hi, Chair Caps and Supervisors. I'm Lucy, a Santa Barbara resident and a student here. I'm here to oppose the permit transfer of the pipeline from ExxonMobil to Sable. It has been 10 years since the Refugio spill from the same corroded pipeline. I hope that we can learn from history and stop Sable's plan to restart the same harmful process that damaged our biodiversity, our oceans, and community last time. We know any more toxic oil waste released into the oceans will have immeasurably devastating impacts on the environment and our community. Sable's actions reflect a record of noncompliance and unsafe operations, including ignoring cease and desist orders. I would not trust them to responsibly implement an oil pipeline. I strongly urge you to protect the safety and future of our beautiful home county and state by not permitting Sable to gain the permits and later on restart the pipeline. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Sneha Nambodiri to be followed by Ethan Madej. Sneha?
Hi, my name is Sneha, and I'm a UCSB student here at the Environmental Affairs Board. I'm here because I know that Sable threatens the future of my health and safety. We have seen in the past how pipelines off our coast have caused spills that have too devastating of a toll, and our history is there for us to learn from it. However, it is not just the threat of a spill, but the pipeline, the excavations, and the drilling itself that harms us. Unclean, decommissioned, and uncapped pipes continue to leak and pollute our waters. This is the same pipeline that's corroded and it's unsafe to operate without proper protections. This is a leaky pipeline paired with a leaky company, just a recipe for disaster. They have faced numerous violations and cease and desist orders, leading to numerous unpaid fines. When the inevitable spill happens, they would not be able to pay for the remediation, and the responsibility will fall on the public, and the blood will lie on your hands. If rules are only rules if we are able to uphold them. And Sable has disrespected and threatened these rules, and they are bullying you. Please do not be bullied by them. It is your responsibility to care for our environment and our futures. Instead of being in class, I'm here fighting for my well-being and yours. Please don't give up our land and oceans to those that do not deserve it and that don't appreciate it. Let me remind you that these out-of-state bullies did not elect you, but we did. Protect your constituents by not allowing Sable to restart this villainous pipeline and deny the application for the permit transfer. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear us today.
And before we proceed with Ethan Madej, I did just want to make an announcement for those members of the public who are in other locations that have signed up for public comment, particularly ones that have signed up for public comment. Perhaps in the Planning Commission room, I see 5 members of the public. There are at least, I see about 7 seats available in our audience, so you're welcome to make your way up here. At least 7 seats are available up here. Thank you. We will now go to Ethan Madej to be followed by Barbara Mayanda Garcia. Ethan?
Hi there. I am Ethan Madej, and I'm a 10th grader at Santa Barbara High School. As a young person, this decision will affect me for the rest of my life and our Santa Barbara community for the rest of my life. And we need to stand up to big oil and fight for the future, not cling on to the past, decisions of the past, laws of the past, bad deals of the past. We need to move forward. We can't go back in time anymore. We are moving towards a more sustainable, renewable future. We cannot support big oil to take away and threaten our community, to threaten our beaches, our oceans, and our future. As a young person, this is a deeply personal issue to me because I will be living with this decision for the rest of my life. And I'm the president of the Santa Barbara High School Environmental Club, and I am representing Santa Barbara High School and numerous other schools in Santa Barbara County. The young people, the high schoolers of Santa Barbara say no. We say no to Sable. We hope you will too. We hope you will as well. Thank you for stopping other projects. Thank you for your hard work in this area, and I urge you to continue that rhetoric today. Thank you.
We will now go to Barbara Mayanda Garcia to be followed by Alex Borjas. Barbara? Is Barbara here? Looks like Barbara may have left. Barbara, if you're in another room, please just alert the clerk in the back of the room, and we will go back to you. We will now go to Alex Borjas to be followed by Milena Seymour. Alex?
All right. Hi, all. My name is Alex. I'm a student at UC Santa Barbara. And I don't want to talk about the environmental impact that this could potentially have. I want to talk about the finances of Sable. This last quarter, Sable reported almost $1 billion of debt. Additionally, this last Monday, their stock prices dropped 30% to an all-time low after they revealed that they need to fundraise hundreds of millions if they want to extend their loan with Exxon. On top of that, also starting Monday, they started investigations into their CEO for insider trading after he coordinated with other private investors in order to, I guess, raise funds that they don't already have. This is a history of not being financially responsible with it, which is required for the permits to be transferred. Functionally, if they don't have this money themselves, they're gambling with public funds because it means that they get bailed out by the state or they make money profiting off of our environment. The points I brought up certainly do not seem to suggest that Sable has the resources to operate these facilities, and even if submitting insurance is not explicitly in the code, it is something that is allowed if we want to verify Sable's claims. It's ironic to characterize this, a rejection of the permits, as picking and choosing the law, when Sable themselves have been openly defiant of the state multiple times. A company with almost $1 billion of debt, multiple criminal charges, insider trading, and begging for money for loans is obviously not signs of a responsible community and definitely not something that I want protecting our coast in the future. Thank you.
We will now go to Milena Seymour to be followed by Lila Wehrland. Milena?
Hi, my name is Milena Seymour. I'm Vice President of UCSB's Environmental Law Club. Despite Sable's claims, they have not demonstrated that they possess the proper resources and training to validate this permit transfer as per Chapter 25B, because if they did have proper training, they wouldn't have already violated countless regulations. If they had proper resources, they wouldn't be in so much debt. When a company demonstrates the corrupt and disrespectful actions that Sable has, we must listen to them. Sable has proven time and time again that they are unafraid to explicitly violate basic laws and regulations that exist to preserve the health of our community. No one is above the law, and with 21 criminal charges, Sable is one of those companies for which the approval of a permit is simply dangerous. I hope you use your vote today and consider this. Have a good one. Thank you.
We will now go to Lila Wehrland to be followed by Olivia Johnson. Lila?
Alrighty. Hello, dear supervisors, thank you for representing the county today. My name is Lila Wehrland, and I'm in complete opposition to the potential restart of the pipeline owned by Sable Offshore Corporation. They've had a consistent disregard for following due process in their attempts to restart the pipeline. As a community member, I'm extremely worried about the environmental consequences of transferring the permit. As a member of the Environmental Law Club, I would like the county to consider Sable's lacking in financials, operational capacity, and non-compliance with existing permit conditions. Seeing how terrible the 2015 oil spill was for the California coast is a main reason why community members here are so worried. As oil companies, aren't held responsible to clean up properly. And according to the admin draft EIR and EIS statement taken when Exxon wanted to fix and restart the pipeline, it was predicted to result in a spill every year, a rupture every 4, and would amount to an event twice the size of the 2015 refugee oil spill. Exxon eventually abandoned these plans and sold them to Sable. In transferring these old Exxon permits, it will reward their nefarious, improper, and defiant behavior. Therefore, it will be irresponsible for the county to approve these permit transfers. Thank you.
We will now go to Olivia Johnson, to be followed by Mike Caldwell. And if anyone's looking for spots, there are still a few more seats up here in the front row.
Hi, my name is Olivia Johnson, and I'm an education chair on UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I'm extremely concerned about the potential restart of the oil pipeline owned by Sable Offshore. It is imperative that I use my voice to advocate for the animals and ecosystems that will suffer profoundly from the recommissioning of this pipeline. The critical habitats that are in danger from this pipeline serve as homes to valuable species that have already suffered enough from oil spills in the past. It is immoral to make hundreds of species the innocent victims of capitalistic gluttony. Furthermore, Sable is a foreign, unestablished, and financially unstable corporation. They have proven to be untrustworthy and unlawful, continuing work on their facilities without a proper permit, despite 3 state agencies serving them notices of violations and 2 cease and desist orders from the Coastal Commission. It would be presumptuous to assume that Sable will follow the conditions of the permit, considering their previous offenses. We, as members of the community, should not be responsible for Sable's greed and lack of accountability when the pipeline inevitably corrodes and causes a devastating ecological and economic disaster. Preventing the transfer of leases to Sable is a deplorable human and animal rights issue. Having access to the clean and thriving ocean and coastline that defines Santa Barbara and has defined my experience as a UCSB student as well. The beaches of IV serve as a personal research laboratory and sanctuary for marine life. I am continuously grateful to have a healthy ocean on my doorstep to explore and learn from. Please do the right thing by stopping Sable Offshore and granting the same privilege for generations of students like me to come. Thank you.
We will now go to Mike Caldwell, to be followed by Nikki Talibi. Mike?
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Caldwell, and I'm here to support Sable. My company has worked for Sable for the last 2.5 years, working on this facility, helping repairs, and we've gotten to know them very well, worked with their management very well. They're very involved in what goes on out in the field, and we believe that there is no question whatsoever that they're able to operate this facility. I've been in the business myself for 40 years now, worked with a lot of different companies, but we strongly believe they're capable of running the facility without a doubt in every portion of it. We're in favor of them doing the work, and that's it. Thank you.
We will now go to Nikki Talibi, to be followed by Ted Morton. Nikki?
Good morning, Board and Chair Capps. Thank you for hearing from us again. My name is Nikki Talibi, and I'm here representing UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. This pipeline is not just an arbitrary thing. This legislation that this decision is based on has a purpose. If this was just a simple transfer of a name, then none of us would be here today, and a lot of us are here today. This company cannot be trusted with the ownership of the Santa Ynez unit. In an industry where it is so critical to have a responsible operator given the technicality of operations, I'm asking the board to please take into consideration their inability to comply with authority up till now. The felony charges from both the district attorney and state attorney general may not yet be conclusive, but these permits should not be transferred to Sable until these charges are resolved and the damage is repaired. It is required that a permit holder have a record of compliance, and they cannot be deemed a responsible operator with multiple ongoing felony charges and unpaid fines. Please do not take this as a simple name transfer. There is a pipeline unit attached to this lease, and you have the decision of whether Sable Offshore is a responsible operator. Thank you.
We will now go to Ted Morton, to be followed by Maureen Ellenberger. Ted?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Ted Morton, and I'm the Executive Director of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. In February, I used my full time before you to list all of the cease and desist orders and notice of violations issued against Sable at that time. Since then, several agencies and public officials have taken further action to enforce environmental laws against the company, demonstrating Sable does not have the skills necessary to operate the facilities in compliance with the permits safely and responsibly. Building on the Coastal Commission issuing Sable its largest fine ever, the California Attorney General filed a lawsuit against the company on behalf of the Regional Water Board. The AG's complaint asserts Sable's management was, quote, at best misinformed, incompetent, and incorrect. At worst, Sable was simply bamboozling the Regional Board to meet the critical deadline. Either way, substantial penalties are warranted for Sable's egregious conduct, end quote. I would also like to raise a significant point that was surprisingly omitted from the staff report. In September, the Santa Barbara County District Attorney filed 21 criminal charges against Sable, including 5 felony counts for knowingly discharging a pollutant into a waterway while it was excavating and repairing the corroded pipeline. These legal actions reveal a disturbing pattern of violating laws that protect waterways, habitat, wildlife, and our communities. Showing Sable does not meet the operator capability requirements of 25B. Thank you.
We will now go to Maureen Ellenberger to be followed by Ken Polly. Maureen?
Good morning, Chair Capps and Supervisors. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Maureen Ellenberger. I am the chair of the Sierra Club Santa Barbara Ventura chapter, representing 8,000 members. Under Chapter 25, you must make all required findings to approve this transfer. I urge you to deny because you cannot make the finding that Sable has adequate financial resources and insurance to comply with permit requirements. While staff reports Sable has increased insurance to $700 million, Sable still hasn't provided the full policy. This matters because insurance doesn't always pay out as expected, and $700 million may not be remotely adequate. It is easy to find an example where the stated value of an insurance policy did not mean that that was the number that was actually paid out, right here in our own backyard. Look at Plains All-American's Refugio Beach spill. 10 years later, Plains still hasn't been fully reimbursed by their insurers. After settling a class action suit for $230 million, insurance carriers denied the coverage, claiming damages were not covered by their policies. Here's the critical difference. Plain has multiple revenue streams. Sable's offshore facilities are their only asset. If there's a major spill and operations shut down, Sable could simply declare bankruptcy rather than spend years fighting insurers for reimbursements that may never come. You cannot make this required finding, therefore you cannot approve this transfer. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Ken Polly to be followed by Molly Troop. Ken?
Chairwoman Capps and Board of Supervisors, my name's, thank you for allowing this public testimony. My name is Ken Pally. I'm a resident of Nolita. I am on the executive committee of Surfrider Foundation Santa Barbara chapter. I respect the work that county staff do, but in this case, I believe they got it wrong in approving the transfer of ownership of the Gaviota pipeline from Exxon to Sable. Innumerable violations of law and various Coastal Act rules and regulations reveal Sable to be an irresponsible partner of questionable financial stability for such a dangerous project as the restart of this tired, old, worn-out pipeline. If Exxon Oil, a huge multi-billion-dollar corporation with many decades of experience all over the world, thought this pipeline made economic sense, they would not have sold it to Sable. I urge the Board of Supervisors to deny the transfer of ownership. Thank you. Get some rest, Bob.
We will now go to Molly Troop to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. Molly?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Board of Supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. I'm opposed to the transfer of these permits. Sable's track record, as you've heard, speaks for itself with regard to whether or not it will operate these important facilities in question responsibly. I echo all of the comments you've heard before me by those who have spoken before me and urge you to deny these permits. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman to be followed by Aiden Mercedes. Jonathan?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman, and I'm the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. Today, I want to talk about gambling. Texas-based Sable has been gambling with our community's land and water since it formed. They do not have the critical corrosion technology required in the permits. According to the county, restarting the pipeline would likely lead to another spill every year and a major rupture every 4 years. Sable bet on a corroded pipeline and kept doubling down. Sable was too small to cover the costs of another major spill, and it was so reckless it racked up $18 million in fines and $21 criminal charges. Sable does not have the financial or operational capacity to safely, reliably operate the facilities to protect the environment and public health. Don't gamble our jewels, the Santa Barbara County coast, on this company. Please deny the transfer.
We will now go to Aiden Mercedes to be followed by Elena Danielson. Aiden?
Hello, my name is Aiden Maestas. I'm a second year student at UCSB. I'm here to urge you all to vote against the staff recommendations, and I'm urging you not to transfer these permits to Sable Offshore. First off, this company is a risky investment. Over the past 3 years, they have had little to no revenue growth. The company is in substantial debt, and they've made enemies of their own investors, and their stock prices continue to violently swing. By voting for staff recommendations, you are investing in a company that cannot promise economic growth in this community and cannot promise to clean an oil spill when one happens. Secondly, this company cannot be trusted. They've lied and misled to their own investors and are facing a lawsuit. The Santa Barbara County District Attorney filed criminal charges against the company. They violated 3 cease and desist orders and refused to pay the $18 million fine for these violations. They've ignored warnings that they are in violation of California's water code. They've consistently undermined the authority of the government. If they are willing to lie and mislead their own investors, they're willing to do the same to you. It's clear, they don't care about your authority, they don't care about the environment, and they certainly don't care about the Santa Barbara community. The Board of Supervisors voted to phase out oil. By voting for staff recommendations, you are backing out of that promise. However, by voting against the permits, not only will you be protecting the environment and the SB community, you are standing to uphold the authority of the government. Thank you.
We will now go to Elena Danielson to be followed by Kylan Hobart. Elena?
Dear Supervisors, LO and all, my name is Elena Danielson. All of you have been elected to protect the interests of Santa Barbara County, and your mission includes protecting local economy, jobs, quality of life for everyone who calls this county home. Approving a Sable offshore permit transfer is not about politics. It's about everyone's constitutional right to own and sell their business and transfer the title to a new owner, period. It's about people and affordable housing for young kids. And then, by the way, I'm a mother of 2 and a grandmother of 3. And then these kids wouldn't be able to afford to live here in 2-3 years. Also, Santa Barbara County, just some facts, uses roughly 500,000 gallons of gasoline and diesel every single day to power farm equipment, school buses, delivery trucks, hospitals, emergency vehicles. There is no other available energy yet to power our airplanes, spacecrafts, and military ships. Wake up, kids. And you wouldn't be able to raise as much money as...
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, you need to address the board, not the audience.
Paid
okay?
Over $200,000 from the Environmental Defense Council. So today, more than 200,000 people work in the county, and over 20,000 have to commute in daily. They depend on fuel to get here. So I ask you today to stand for common sense and vote yes. And also stop demonizing Sable.
Thank you. That is your
That's your time.
They've been
That's your time,
part
ma'am.
of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then
Thank you, ma'am.
We will now go to Kylan Hobart to be followed by Adam Mango. Kylan?
Good afternoon. My name is Kylan Hobart, and I serve as a director of the Isla Vista Community Services District, where I represent the 15,000 students and long-term residents that call our Oceanside community home. In Isla Vista, we represent the next generation. You can see the faces of many Ivy residents in the audience today. They are here because they recognize the long-term impacts of decisions like these. Our board voted unanimously to adopt a resolution that opposes the restart of the Sable pipeline and urges the Board of Supervisors to use their permitting authority to deny these permits and ensure the health and safety of Santa Barbara residents. Sable Offshore has consistently demonstrated a lack of responsibility and caution in handling this project. With a record $18 million fine from the California Coastal Commission and 21 criminal charges, Sable cannot be trusted to operate on our coast. In a community that has experienced a catastrophic oil spill just 10 years ago, this kind of behavior is unacceptable. Under the county's ordinance, transferring permits is prohibited when it could place the environment and public health at risk. The IVCSD asks the county to consider this and vote to protect our residents. Thank you.
We will now go to Adam Mango to be followed by Jose Crespo. Adam?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Capps. My name is Adam. I work for Sable. I also live right here on the Mesa. I was born and raised here, and I'm, sadly to admit, one of those slow Prius drivers. I drive to work. When I drive to work, one of my Tesla driving coworkers sometimes gets stuck behind me, and he's always complaining, "Why are you going so slow in that Prius?" I say that because we live here. We are from here. It's been said several times. We've been here longer than some of the students that are here because we are members of this community, and we, as Sable employees, can assure you that we do everything as safe as we can, and I know that Sable employees, including myself, care for the environment as much as everybody in this room. We want to do it right. We are doing it right. We sincerely, truly want the best for the environment because a vote for importing oil is a vote to deforest the rainforest and take oil made from the rainforest and bring it. Locally produced oil is far friendlier to the environment than importing it from Brazil and Guyana and Ecuador. The signs outside that are against Sable what they actually say is cut down the rainforest. Locally produced oil is done right to the highest standards, and I can attest we're doing it at the best in the world. Thank you, guys.
We will now go to Jose Crespo to be followed by John Hochleitner. Jose?
Thank you for your time today. My name is Jose Crespo. I'm here in support of Sable. We are here for one purpose, to determine whether Sable Offshore has met the requirements for transferring the existing permits under Chapter 25B. Those requirements are objective and based on operational capability, financial responsibility, and compliance with regulatory obligations. Sable has met those requirements. County staff confirmed it, the Planning Commission confirmed it, federal regulators overseeing the system under a consent decree have also confirmed compliance. By every legal and technical measure, the criteria are satisfied. This board already deadlocked once, not because the standards were unclear, but because ideology got in the way. The permitting process is not supposed to be a political stage or a symbolic vote. When the criteria are met and approval is still withheld, government agencies lose legitimacy. That is not regulation. That is government process being weaponized for ideological reasons. Utilizing government power to stop a simple name change on a set of permits in order to execute larger political goals is not only a politically capricious and egregious act, it's an unlawful power grab. I'd like to remind everyone that we live here too. We care about our coast, and we completed repairs and upgrades under strict oversight. We can protect the environment and support working families at the same time. Those goals are not mutually exclusive. Sable brings well-paying jobs and millions in tax revenue to real families in this county, mine included. I respectfully ask you to follow the law, honor the standards, deny the appeal, and approve the permit transfers, not because it is convenient or popular, but because it is a correct and lawful decision. Thank you.
We will now go to John Hoke-Leitner to be followed by Audrey McDonald. John?
Thank you, Board, for hearing me today. My name is John Hoke-Leitner, lifelong resident of the Santa Maria Valley in Santa Barbara County. Pacific Petroleum is my company, and we have 242 hardworking taxpayers that are based out of our Santa Maria operations. I'm in full support of you guys following the law and just putting Sable back in business and help support the economy in Santa Barbara County. We're always in a tax deficit, and we're always looking for money. And this pipeline paid around the clock, 24 hours a day, and it's a good investment for the county and for all the employees and gives everybody good paying jobs. You know, I have a lot of people working for me, and they're all very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
And we will now go to Audrey McDonald, who will be our final speaker before we break for lunch. Audrey? Is Audrey here? How about Jolise Alvarado? Jolise? Alrighty. How about Sophia Manzano? Or Aaron Stockwell? Sasha Stevens? Michelle Pazzini? Alrighty, we will go to Michelle Pazzini and then we will break for lunch. Thank you.
I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky being just before lunch. Anyway. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name's Michelle Pazzini. I am a longtime resident of Santa Barbara, and I've been an environmental and land use consultant in this county for 25 years. I spent the past 2 years working with Sable's dedicated, very experienced staff on regulatory compliance matters. I also spent 7 years of my career as an energy specialist at the County Planning and Development Department. And I spent that time during the time that Chapter 25B was amended to include the additional provisions which we're talking about today, which substantially raised the bar for new owners and operators to qualify. One thing I learned during my time at the county is that permits run with the land. Property transfers happen all over the county, the state, and the country. New owners take on both the benefits and the burdens of those permits as part of that transfer. The discourse here is well beyond what the matter that's really before the board today. It isn't about whether oil is good or bad. It's not even about SYU restart. It's about property rights and compliance with 9 findings. It's about whether Sable completed the checklist of obligations under Chapter 25B for the transfer of the permits. As reviewed by the county staff on a number of occasions now, these criteria have been met. The Planning Commission agreed with these factual findings, and I urge the board to find the same, approve the transfers, and deny the appeals. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to our speakers so far, and we will come back a little after 1:30. Okay, we are back in the midst of public comment. I believe we're about halfway through with about 48 more, if folks are still here. So thanks thus far. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. And for any members of the public who are still in the Planning Commission hearing room or the overflow Board of Supervisors conference room, I just wanted to let you know this room has cleared out quite a bit, and there are a number of open seats. So if you are in those other locations, please feel free to make your way up to the hearing room on the fourth floor and find yourself a seat. And before we proceed, I just wanted to double check that some of our members before break are still not in. Audrey McDonald, Jolise Alvarado, and Sophia Manzano. Alrighty, we will now go to Sasha Stevens, to be followed by Aaron Stockwell. Sasha?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sasha Stevens. I'm the business manager for Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local Union 114, and I'm representing Santa Barbara County. I'm here on behalf of my members to express our strong support for the approval of the permit transfer of the San Ynez unit assets, Los Flores Pipeline System, and Pacific Offshore Pipeline Company facilities to Sable Energy. Reopening Los Flores Canyon under responsible modern management would mean good paying local jobs, a revenue source for our communities, and a safer, more sustainable energy future. California has some of the strictest and most advanced environmental safety regulations in the world, and our members are trained and certified to meet and exceed these standards. When we produce energy locally under California oversight, we do it cleaner, safer, and with accountability. When we block local production, we don't reduce demand, we just import more oil from foreign countries with far fewer protections for workers, our communities, and our planet. As skilled and trained plumbers and pipe fitters, we are the forefront of clean and sustainable energy infrastructure, from carbon capture systems to hydrogen and geothermal technologies. We want to be part of building the bridge between today's energy needs and tomorrow's renewable solutions. Our members have proudly built and maintained California's energy and utility infrastructure for generations. Keeping this work local through project labor agreements ensures the community benefits stay here, brings broader community benefits by supporting local businesses, generating tax revenue, and strengthening the regional workforce pipeline through apprenticeship and training opportunities. In a time when Santa Barbara County, was that it?
Thank you, that is your time.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
We will now go to Aaron Stockwell, to be followed by Jenna McGovern. Aaron?
Sorry about that. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Aaron Stockwell. I'm an international representative for the United Association. I represent 35,000 UA members here in the state of California. We do plumbing, pipe fitting, refrigeration, sprinkler fitting, and pipeliner work all across the state of California. Sable has invested tens of millions of dollars and thousands of labor hours to make the pipeline system as safe and modern as any country, utilizing our highly skilled and trained members. Sable understands that these needs are both care for the environment and meet the state's needs for oil and gas are not mutually exclusive, but can be simultaneously done without sacrificing one for the other. The project will strengthen the local economy while ensuring safe, environmentally responsible operations. Sable continues to work diligently and safely, responsibly to resume petroleum transport through the Los Flores pipeline system in accordance with the federal consent decree. We're proud of the work we do with Sable Offshore, and we know that the company has satisfied the requirements of the permit transfer. I believe the projects would operate in a much cleaner and safer for the environment if they were under the regulation of the state of California government rather than the federal government if the pipeline is not allowed to go into operation. Thank you for your time. We urge a yes vote for the transfer.
We will now go to Jenna McGovern, to be followed by Izzy Sistek. Jenna?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jenna McGovern. Thank you for your time today. I'm urging you to approve the appeal and halt the transfer of permits to Sable. During the meeting in February, we talked extensively about Sable's noncompliance. I would think that with this meeting inevitably looming, Sable would attempt to prove that they could keep a clean record, but from what we've seen today, this is entirely not the case. In less than 1 year, they've racked up more cease and desists, criminal charges from the DA, and a massive fine from the state. This utter disregard and disrespect is just a glimpse into what our future would look like if Sable takes over. Chapter 25B grants you the power to enforce extra screening on lease transfers to new owners and was intended to cover this exact situation. I urge you to use it and see this project for what it is, a destructive money grab. The county's decision today will mark whether we're going to progress as a community or destroy our only home. I hope you make the right decision today. Thank you.
We will now go to Izzy Sistek, to be followed by Pascual Morales. Izzy?
Hi, Supervisors. Thank you for your time. My name is Izzy Sistek, and I'm a representative from the Environmental Affairs Board at UCSB. Obviously, I'm representing a student environmental organization, so we care a lot about climate change and having a livable future. And you've also heard a lot of public comments today on the other side about the economy, jobs, and profits. I personally care about all of these things, but that's obviously not what we're talking about here today. What is on the table today is Sable Offshore a safe and reliable operator for the Santa Ynez unit and its pipeline? That's the purpose of Section 25B. And the answer could not be more obvious that it's absolutely not. That conclusion is based on their failure to demonstrate technical capability and experience required by demonstrated capability threshold of 25B, Section 3A, Sable's inadequate financial responsibility, and mostly their astounding history of noncompliance and ongoing violations. Since the last time this item was heard, there's just been a mounting pile of violations and lawsuits. And it's like every week something else happens, and it's like, how are we even still considering this? I don't see how a sane, unbiased legislator could look at this record and call Sable a reliable operator. So please keep this community safe from another inevitable oil spill at the hands of this reckless operator. Thank you.
We will now go to Pascual Morales, to be followed by Chris Genkas. Pascual?
Good afternoon. My name is Pascual Morales, and I live here in Santa Barbara. I am proud to work with Sable Offshore Corporation. For me, this isn't just a job. This is part of my life. I've worked at the Santa Ynez unit, and I want to say, please don't separate us from the community. We live here too. We're your neighbors. We're your family. We want this to be as safe as possible, like I said, because we live here too. We are proud that Sable has invested millions in labor and money to build arguably the safest pipeline to operate. We don't want to just meet standards, we want to be the gold standard, okay? If we won't do it, somebody else will with less care and integrity. Let Santa Barbara be known as a place where we've learned from the past, where we've taken every precaution since 2015, and we've shown that our mistakes don't define us, how we grow from them does. This isn't abstract to me, it's fulfilling to know that I can provide energy to my neighbors. We want this operation to be together with the community and with Sable to be as safe as possible. So for our families and for our future, let us be the gold standard. Please approve the permit. Thank you.
We will now go to Chris Genkas, to be followed by Evan Braun. Chris?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Christopher Genkas. I live local, grew up local, went to high school here, elementary school, junior high. I've been in this industry now for 33 years. I worked overseas for several of those years. I've been back here after being overseas, and our facility works under some of the most stringent regulations on the planet. That makes me proud to say that I work for a facility that makes the cleanest oil in the world. Our facility is under some of the tightest regulations out of anything that I've ever seen working overseas. We're regulated by the APCD, and every other country I've been to did not have anything similar to the APCD. So I can tell you, Sable's more than qualified to run this asset. We have real jobs, real families, and we all depend on these jobs. If you care about If you truly care about this, please place your politics aside and do the right thing. I strongly support Sable and respectfully ask that you approve this permit transfer. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Evan Braun, to be followed by Charlotte Pinniger. Evan?
Good afternoon, supervisors, and I appreciate you for taking my comment. My name is Evan Brown, and I'm a current freshman at UCSB in the Surfrider organization, and I'm deeply distraught about the potential transferring of permits to Sable offshore. So I wanted to tell you a little story. And at that very moment, we heard a loud whack. From outside in the fields came a sickening smack of an axe on a tree, then we heard the tree fall, the very last Strephala tree of them all. No more trees, no more needs, no more work to be done, so in no time, my uncles and aunts, everyone, all waved me goodbye. They jumped into my cars and drove away under the smoke-smuggered stars. Now all that was left neath the bad-smelling sky was my big empty factory, the Lorax, and I. If you couldn't tell, this story is from the Lorax, the same story my environmental science teacher used to protest a potential quarry being built in my hometown back in 2011. It's honestly quite frustrating and sad that it's years later and we are still having to use children's books to teach adults basic responsibility. To remind you why you shouldn't make choices that could irreversibly harm our planet and our community, and to teach you that profit means nothing if there is no planet left to profit from. To teach you that compassion means caring for future generations that will have to inherit the consequences of your reckless decisions, not just caring for yourselves. Now left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with the word unless. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. We care, and now it's your turn to prove that you do too. Thank you.
We will now go to Charlotte Pinniger, to be followed by John H. Steed. Charlotte?
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Pinniger, and I'm also one of the many students here from UCSB. We all are aware of the spill that happened 10 years ago on the Refugio pipeline under the previous ownership, which blackened our coastline. Now, I would like to cover some of those losses we saw then, so we can project what could happen in the future. Over 200 dead birds were documented, and many more uncounted. Sea lions washed up lifeless on the sand. Over 100 carcasses were recorded. It seeped into kelp forests where otters once thrived, leaving several deceased. Over 1,000 of our animals died within days, and many more disappeared silently beneath the waves. Those images will never leave this community's memory. The spill aided the degradation of kelp forests, crippled sensitive ecosystems, and left a near $96 million scar on the Central Coast economy. Sable Offshore wants to restart the same pipelines under the claim that it will help the economy, but you can't balance economy on a dead ocean. There should be an understanding that short-term profits and energy arguments cannot outweigh the long-term environmental and community risk. Offshore drilling does not advance energy security. It only locks us into an outdated infrastructure. I am particularly worried about the lack of disaster planning, as we reiterated earlier within 25B. Sable has already been fined $18 million by the CCC for unauthorized work, while simultaneously being over $1 billion in debt. That's not the track record of a company prepared to operate safely in our waters. I'm asking you, please, don't let this happen again, because I know we can all comprehend that 7 wrongs don't make a right. Protect our coast, the wildlife, and the generations who will inherit what we decide. Thank you.
We will now go to John H. Steed, to be followed by Adriana Russo. John?
Good afternoon, Board, Chairman Capps. My name's John Steed. I live in Supervisor Lee's district on Toro Canyon Road, and I am a recovering lawyer. I practiced international business and transactional law for 40 years. And I attended the hearing in February before this board where I learned that the staff had not reviewed the insurance policies themselves that Sable is relying on to demonstrate, in part, their financial capability. It is inconceivable to me as a practicing business lawyer that anyone would rely simply on the existence of certificates of insurance to take comfort in the existence of insurance, because the insurance will depend on several factors. One is, what did the applicant for insurance represent to the insurance company at the time it applied for the insurance? Lots of very, very important information went into that application, I'm sure, and the insurance company relied on that to issue its policies. The policies will also contain conditions and exclusions. Those conditions and exclusions, while they were of interest to me in February, became drastically more interesting because of the subsequent developments in the Sable's criminal prosecutions and violations of law. So I just say, don't take the insurance unless you see the policies. Thank you.
We will now go to Adriana Rousseau to be followed by Camden Conrad. Adriana? Is there an Adriana? Alrighty, we will now go to Camden Conrad to be followed by Jason Wall. Camden? Is that Camden coming down? No. We will now go to Jason Wall to be followed by Sophia Kofed. Jason?
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Wall. I'm here with Doty Brothers on behalf of Sable, and I just want to say I'm strongly in support of Sable as a change of the owner and operator. We've had the privilege to partner with Sable for the past couple of years. The men and women who have been working, who have and who are working for this are the same workforce who's been maintaining the oil and gas pipelines throughout Southern California for the past, I want to say 30, 40 years, even before that. So the knowledge and experience and the safety records of these individuals far meet and exceed what's being done here with Sable. From the start, Sable has committed to supporting the people of Santa Barbara County and ensuring that all preparation and repairs met or exceeded the requirements. Doty and our other union allies have similar values which we uphold, which are quality, integrity, and safety. And by the way, safety is non-negotiable. It's not something we take very lightly, and Sable is in the same aspect as that. Reopening the line will strengthen California's energy independence, protecting jobs along the Central Coast, and keep production under our own environmental laws, which is where it belongs. We are proud of the work we do with Sable Offshore, and we know the company has satisfied the requirements for this permit transfer. As one who has seen their works firsthand, I can tell you Sable is more than qualified to operate these assets. I strongly support Sable and respectfully ask that you approve this permit transfer. Santa Barbara's future depends on it. Thank you again for your time.
We will now go to Sophia Kofed to be followed by Kristen Miller. Sophia?
Thank you. The Exxon and Sable lawyers have argued that the board must abide by Chapter 25B, and I agree. The 25B3C and 25B4 emphasize compliance with all applicable laws, permits, and regulations. But since February, Sable Offshore has faced a growing list of violations, including unpermitted work. In fact, the Office of the State Fire Marshal explicitly told Sable to complete all required repairs before restart, and those orders are still unresolved. This is a company that has received an $18 million fine. It has violated 3 cease and desist orders. A Santa Barbara judge ruled their work is in violation of the California Coastal Act. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued notices for damaging sensitive habitat, and Sable itself issued false information to affect stock prices. 25B is clear. If a company cannot demonstrate compliance, the county cannot approve a transfer. This is not a political question, it's a legal one. You must uphold 25B and deny this transfer until compliance is fully proven. Thank you.
We will now go to Kristen Miller to be followed by Johnny McConville. Kristen?
Hello, Chair Capps and Supervisors. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing 850 business members and 75,000 jobs in the region. We're here to support the Sable owner-operator change transition. An equitable and fair process should mean that our government does not favor or disfavor specific industries based upon political preferences. Businesses are already struggling with meeting the conflicting federal, state, and local regulations. Denying this operator-owner change based on a desire to prevent operation of the facility sets a dangerous precedent of continued uncertainty. It sends a message to our business community that projects and applications can be denied even if they meet all the appropriate legal requirements. This business in question will generate $5 million in annual tax revenue for Santa Barbara County and create new living wage jobs. Given the county's recent budget challenges and tax increases, this additional revenue should not be taken lightly, and the exposure to costly litigation that could cost county taxpayers millions more. Please support an equitable process and an economically sustainable county by approving Sable's application for an owner-operator change. Thank you.
We will now go to Johnny McConville to be followed by Jake Twomey. Johnny?
Hi. Yeah, I'm just a concerned UCSB student. Yeah, so it seems like Sable Offshore tries and likes to portray itself as a simple good faith business in Santa Barbara on par with our local restaurants, shops, and fisheries, simply seeking this minuscule permit transfer. But the last time I checked, Uncle Chen's isn't operating a facility with a history of spilling hundreds of thousands of gallons of crude oil onto our coastline and beaches. Let's also remember that your local Santa Barbara mom and pop shop isn't being litigated by the district attorney and state attorney general on behalf of multiple state agencies. Sable claims that denying their permit transfer would somehow damage the legitimacy of the county in the face of local businesses, but I can say with absolute confidence that many of the business owners here in Santa Barbara are wholly and unequivocally opposed to this pipeline, the same one that once put many of them out of work for weeks. Not to mention that Sable is financially unstable and not ready to bear the cost of a spill. This company does not represent Santa Barbara values. Our local economy and community thrive on clean coasts, not an oil spill. Thank you.
We will now go to Jake Twomey to be followed by Kara Kaltenbach. Jake?
Hey, Supervisors. My name is Jake. I'm the chair of a group called CalPERG Students, which represents over 30,000 dues-paying members across the state of California. And I want to talk about Sable as an operator. Do we need to even say again how many infractions that they've had time and time again? The pattern that they've exhibited is going up to state agencies, denying that they have the authority to do anything, and then repeatedly violating the law. They're also very unreliable. If you need any evidence of their financial precarious situation, look at their plummeting stock price. Look at the fact that if their shareholders are not selling, they're suing Sable for misleading them. Sable is shameless. They don't respect Santa Barbarans. And I don't think that we have any place in giving them the ability to restart this pipeline or giving them the leases to be able to do so. Thank you.
We will now go to Kara Kaltenbach to be followed by Ava Lawson. Kara? Is there a Kara here? Alrighty, we will go to Ava Lawson to be followed by Steve Balcom. Ava?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Ava Lawson. I'm a UCSB student. And in this very room today, we heard Sable describe small oil spills as having no impact on the environment, which is not possible. There is always an impact on the environment of such events. And it shows a callous disregard for the environment and makes them untrustworthy as an operator of an oil pipeline. I also question the notion that oil operations under Sable will be cleaner, as they are bound by strict California regulations when they have continued to show their unwillingness to comply with these regulations. I simply just don't trust that they will follow the regulations until it's too late, at which point them having a $700 million insurance plan won't matter because the damage will have been done. I was in third grade when the 2015 oil spill occurred, and I seem to remember better the devastation than many in this room. I remember images and videos of birds struggling to breathe and struggling to move. We still have ducks on bottles of Dawn dish soap to represent that Dawn is strong enough to get oil off of ducks. We shouldn't need dish soap to get oil off of ducks. I remind you that the 2015 spill was not a freak accident. The pipeline corroded, and it will corrode again. We have to start valuing animals and ecosystems as much as ourselves so we can continue to coexist in the future. Sable threatens this vision, and I urge you to deny their request. Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Balcom to be followed by Mar Lopez. Steve?
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Balcom. On behalf of Sable, I've had over 200 employees been working for Sable until Santa Barbara shut them down. I know some of my employees asked to get this going so they could feed their families, but I noticed there's an agenda on both sides. Don't get me wrong. And I've been hearing about, mammals that got killed with the oil leak. And I don't know if you look at how many mammals are killed a year just for the transportation of these ships coming to the United States. Look into that. Don't take my word for it, right? Santa Barbara right now leaking 20 to 25 ton of oil a day out of your ocean here. Look and see how we can mitigate that, because there is a way to mitigate that. But don't take my word for it. You guys need to look at it yourself. I look at California. We are transporting 60% of our oil from other countries. I don't get it. Sable is a safe operating company. I've worked for every oil company here in California. It's not true that they don't know what they're doing, believe me. Again, I'm just looking after California. Why are we transporting this when Sable can give us 20% of that oil? Thank you.
We will now go to Mar Lopez to be followed by Mariah Edmonds-Smith. Mar?
Hello. Good evening to you all. I am Mar Lopez, a first year at UC Santa Barbara. I come here as a concerned member of this community for the future of our coast and the livelihood of everyone. Sable may say that they will follow every regulation, every law, every rule, everything. But think about it. Have they in the past? No. Sable has been charged with 5 felony counts that include knowingly discharging material into nearby creeks and waterways and violating the California Fish and Game Code and the Water Code. Who's to say Sable's attitude and actions towards our environment will change and improve? Who's to say another oil spill won't happen again? You can't argue with the fact that oil kills, because it has. The 2015 Refugio oil spill murdered hundreds of innocent animals, including birds, sea lions, and dolphins. If that death toll were humans, there would be an even bigger outrage to stop Sable from obtaining this transfer of a permit. Sable will ruin our beautiful and sensitive coast. This will not only affect the animals of our coast, but every living, breathing being in this county. Stop Sable Pipeline, because if not now, when? Thank you.
We will now go to Mariah Edmonds-Smith to be followed by Stephanie Caters. Mariah?
My name is Mariah Edmonds-Smith, and I am a full-time resident on the rural Gaviota coast. My children are 4th-generation residents in Gaviota, and they attend our rural public school. The 2015 Refugio oil spill happened 4 miles from our home. Crude oil directly contaminated our property. I volunteered to help clean up the 2015 oil spill. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. If you don't know how expensive it is to temporarily relocate your family from a disaster, please consider yourself blessed. But this wasn't the first oil spill that I've experienced, because I was born in Valdez, Alaska in 1989 during one of the biggest oil spills in US history. Here's my proof. My family worked for Alyeska Oil Pipeline. More than 10 million gallons of crude oil spilled into Prince William Sound, the second largest US spill in US waters, and the cost of the cleanup effort was astronomical. Also, I'd like to voice that it's very offensive to many rural Santa Barbara residents to attempt to recuse Santa Barbara board representatives that live near the pipeline. If you attempt to remove representatives that live near the pipeline, you are attempting to sway the vote to only representatives that do not live near the pipeline, and this takes away representation of rural Santa Barbara residents, regardless of political affiliation. Please say no to the Sable transfer. I am from a family who worked for an oil pipeline. I have personally experienced 2 oil spills. My children have already experienced an oil spill, and I'm here today in hopes that my grandchildren will never be forced to experience an oil spill. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to Stephanie Caters, to be followed by Bill Woodbridge. Stephanie?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Caters. I urge you to approve the permit transfer. The Planning Commission voted yes, approving the permit transfer a year ago. You should honor that. I'm an environmentalist. I've lived in Santa Barbara for decades, and I work for Sable. I can assure you firsthand that we at Sable care about the environment as much as everybody in this room. Sable's repairs exceed the mandated requirements. Sable has invested tens of millions of dollars to make the pipeline system safe and state-of-the-art. Sable's management team has operated in Santa Barbara County for 20 years, receiving numerous safety and environmental awards. Last year, over 60% of California's oil was imported. That's not stockpiled, it's used, it's needed. It's used in concrete and steel, bridges and batteries, even for EVs. And solar and wind farms can't be made without petroleum products. Let's reduce our reliance on foreign oil imports. California leads the world in environmental regulation. We have the cleanest extraction standards. Once operational, Sable will generate $5 million a year in tax revenue for Santa Barbara County. A common sense vote is yes to approve the permit.
We will now go to Bill Woodbridge, to be followed by Drew Hart. Bill?
Chair Capps and Supervisors, thank you very much. My name is Bill Woodbridge. I'm from Goleta. You've heard that Sable stock price has crashed, yes, from $32 2 months ago to $7.52 yesterday. It dropped 30% yesterday alone. What does that tell you about the lost confidence that Sable's own shareholders have in this company? The investor rats are abandoning the ship, which they know may soon sink. Sable lied to its own shareholders, and they have no problem misinterpreting intentionally the code so they can feed you disinformation and misinformation that fits their profits. Chapter 25 prohibits the transfer of permits to any entity if doing so would place the environment and public health at risk. EDC has shown that Sable has not provided evidence to demonstrate that the company possesses the skills, training, and especially the resources necessary to operate the facilities in compliance with the permits and all applicable county codes. Chapter 25 was intended to protect the public from this exact scenario. This corrupt, unlawful firm has been fined $18 million, which it has not paid, and had 21 criminal charges filed against it. Is that who you would trust to be an ethical operator of this disaster waiting to happen? It's not a problem with the employees, it's a problem with management. We urge the board to deny the applications for transfer of permits and direct staff to cease allowing Sable to operate the facilities in question. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Drew Hart, to be followed by Juan Cardenas. Drew?
Greetings. I'm retired. I don't have a big stake in anything, but I moved here. I lived in Los Angeles years ago, and then I lived in Virginia for 20, and I moved back because I missed California. And one place I kept dreaming about while I was away from California was the very same place that's being threatened today, and that's the Gaviota Coast. To me, it's a pure expression of the greatness of the state, and it's one of the most beautiful places I've seen, not just in California, but on the North American continent. Now I'm going to tell you a little story. I went to New York for the film festival last month, and I got to my hotel and went out to dinner in Greenwich Village, and I sat down at a bar. There's 2 nice-looking well-dressed executive type sitting next to me, and I said, well, what's going on? And they said, well, we're childhood friends from Houston, and one of them said, well, I'm still in Houston. I said, that's interesting. I've always wanted to go there. Said, what do you do? He said, I'm the CFO of Sable Offshore. And I looked at him and I said, really? Well, I'm from Santa Barbara and we're going to stop you. So anyway, and I also said, why do you want to extract oil from such an incredibly beautiful place? Can't you get it from a more ordinary place? He said, the oil isn't there, it's here. I said, well, that's redacted.
That's your time, sir.
All right, you get the idea.
We will now go to Juan Cardenas, to be followed by Evie Lynn. Juan?
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Cardenas, and I am a business representative for Laborers International Union of North America, Local 220. On behalf of our 2,500 hardworking men and women, many of who live and work in Santa Barbara County, I am here to express our support for the approval of the permit transfers to Sable. As leaders in our industry, we at LIUNA Local 220 have confidence in Sable's ability to safely manage these assets. Today, many have expressed concerns about what might happen if the permit transfers are approved. However, I want to take a moment to consider what will happen if these permits are approved. First, these assets, through the employment of our highly skilled and trained workforce, will provide some of the cleanest oil in the world under the strictest regulations. Second, these assets will provide much-needed revenue for the county. And third, these assets will provide hundreds of good-paying jobs. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you approve the permit transfers to Sable. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We will now go to Evie Lynn, to be followed by Eric Rochelle. Evie?
Good afternoon. My name is Evie, and I'm the Vice President and Helicopter Pilot at Aspen Helicopters in Oxnard. Previous to Aspen Helicopters, I was a helicopter pilot for the U.S. Coast Guard. Throughout my 26-year aviation career, I have experienced hundreds of offshore oil facilities and completed flight operations with those same facilities. Myself and the entire Aspen team have been conducting multiple flight operations with Sable each week, and with that prior to them, Exxon. The Sable team has always acted with the utmost professionalism, respect of the flight crew's instructions, and weather decisions. Furthermore, Sable has sought input from Aspen to ensure Sable's aviation facilities are safe, taking this feedback and making the proper adjustments to their equipment when needed. Sable has proven to be good stewards of this aviation equipment, their business relationship with us, and dedicated to safety improvements. Please finalize the transfer of the Santa Ynez unit assets to Sable, so clear responsibility for the assets exist, and Sable can fully apply their stewardship actions to those assets. This will also allow Sable the property that is afforded to them by law and full rights. Thank you.
We will now go to Eric Rochelle, to be followed by Robert Bueno. Eric?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. My name is Eric Rochelle. I work for Sable Offshore. In my role, I support the environmental and regulatory compliance of the Lost Flores Canyon facility and the 3 offshore platforms. I'm a registered professional geologist in the state of California, and I've been working in the environmental consulting field for the past 13 years. I started with Sable in February of this year, and a majority of my time has been spent engaging with the various oversight agencies and regulators that oversee both onshore and offshore operations. I report our daily activities to them, and I meet with them on site to confirm our operations are in compliance with the numerous permit conditions that we operate under. I'm a current county resident. I started my education at Santa Barbara City College. My daughter currently attends high school here in Santa Barbara, and I'm just one of many Santa Barbara County professionals that Sable employs, not to mention the hundreds of local contractors, union workers, and consultants that we work with and their families as well. The bottom line, we're proud of the work we do here at Sable. The company has satisfied the requirements for this permit transfer, and I urge you all to follow county staff recommendations and approve the permit transfer. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Robert Bueno, to be followed by Mati Wia. Robert?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name's Robert Bueno. I was born and raised in the Lompoc area, and I've worked at Las Flores Canyon since 2008. First with Exxon and now with Sable Offshore. I have 3 daughters that were raised here, and it's disappointing to see our own state and county choose to import oil from countries where women don't even have basic rights, instead of supporting safe local energy right here at home. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. As Supervisor Laura Capps mentioned earlier, the county itself is facing potential layoffs as we speak. At a time when Santa Barbara's financial future is at risk, Sable Offshore offers a real solution. Once operational, Sable will generate over $5 million in annual tax revenue for the county and create more than 300 new family-sustained jobs. Supervisor Joan Hartman, like you mentioned earlier, you care deeply about protecting workers and families. That's exactly what we're asking for today. For you to help protect these local jobs and the people who make this county run. Sable Offshore isn't just a company, it's hundreds of local people. In the last 45 days, more than 250 workers and contractors have been laid off because of these delays. I personally know 80 of them by name. These are fathers, mothers, coaches, neighbors who keep this community alive. At the end of the day, we are just asking for the fairness for our leaders to follow the law and set political aside and do what's right for Santa Barbara working families. Also, I know a lot of mentioned that our
That
management...
is your time.
Oh, sorry.
We will now go to Mati Wia to be followed by Melody Peterson. Mati?
Hakuj, Board of Supervisors, Honorable Chair, thank you for this opportunity to speak in behalf of our ancestors. I'm the tribal chairman of Coastal Band of Chumash Nation, and I represent tribal members from Ventura County, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo. Very impressive to hear the concerns of all those that are wanting to have a transfer and denying a transfer. My elder said the English language is like sorcery. You can manipulate it. You can make a lie sound like a truth. When I think of our ancestors, I think of this country that was born of violence. How 90% of our people were killed to make America great. I think of these impressive young people that came up here today with courage to speak in behalf of their future because they are the mothers and fathers and leaders of tomorrow. And the citizens of this county that appointed all of you to make decisions for the well-being and the health, not just of the people, but of the coastlines and lands and our planet. We've always led the way as California people. We're indigenous people of this land, 13,000 years of history. And now you bury your dead on our land. Make the right decision. Decide with your conscience, not with the influence of those that bring that power to this kind of political arena and creating political genocides to our people. I appreciate this moment to be here and to listen to this system that creates regulatory process to be followed, not to be broken.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now go to Melody Peterson to be followed by Tevin Schmidt. Melody? Is Melody not here? We will now go to Tevin Schmidt to be followed by Steve Higgins. Tevin? Tevin? Alrighty, Steve Higgins. Matthew Kamoa. Josie McDonald. Perhaps they're making our way up from the Planning Commission room. Mary Holtum. Is there a Mary? Martin Rodriguez. And after Martin, we will have Spencer Hymas. Martin?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, Board of Supervisors. Martin Rodriguez, I'm president of the Building Trades, Tri-Counties, as well as business agent for the Ironworkers Local 433, and the board at the State Building Trades, representing 750,000 construction people. You know, I'm going to cut it short. Let's approve this. In permit transfer, the applicant has made their case. The motions, are out there. I mean, the applicant's made their case, and the appellant has their opinions, and I get it. But this has already been approved by the Planning Commission, 25B, to the letter of the law that we interpret here at the county in our jurisdiction. It's been followed. Fact is, in the county of Santa Barbara, 16.9% unemployment. That's wrong here in this county at this moment. It's not just building trades people, it's not just oil field people, it's constant, and it's going to get worse. I look at the individuals behind me, and there's no just transition for them, it's just unemployed. If we don't move forward with this, that's just what it means, just unemployed. We have an industry that is still viable here. We're trying to struggle to keep it alive because it does generate tax income. It does pay for our law enforcement. It does pay for our fire. And we don't have any viable plan to replace these jobs right now. Offshore wind industry is dead.
That's
They're not
your
going to build
time,
nothing
sir.
there for 20 years. We might do some infrastructure up north.
That's your time,
Thank
sir.
you, that is your time. We will now go to Spencer Hymas, to be followed by David Cardona. Spencer?
Sweet. Haku, Spencer Kakti, Klecken, Hilu Sioktan, Hilu Kapapanash, Homoloch, Hinachalamo Hilimu. Hello, my name is Spencer Hymas. I work for Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous People. My family is Smuich, Chumash, and we're from the island of Limu, Santa Cruz Island, and here in Santa Barbara, Sioktan, as we know it. I was raised in our canoe family. My father, David Hymas, is a Tomo captain, and my sister, Eva Pagaline, is also a Tomo captain and takes care of the Muptamai, San Inez's canoe, built by Reggie Pagaline. And my entire life, along with like my brothers and sisters and the rest of our family, our canoe family depends on the health of our oceans and on our beaches to properly take care of everything we need to do to be able to practice our religion freely. And Sable Offshore, Exxon, these oil companies, extractive industries, gets in the way of us being able to properly do our culture, practice our culture. It's a federally and internationally protected right for us to do and practice our culture. So we're asking this board to take care of what needs to be taken care of and protect our ocean, protect our tribe's rights, and any further decision being made on extractive industries, we urge this board to do the proper work to do consultation with all of our tribes. So, kakina, and thank you.
We will now go to David Cardona, to be followed by Nancy Black. David?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Cardona. I work for Sable Offshore. I've worked at Las Flores Canyon facility for the past 5.5 years. I absolutely believe the world is moving towards green energy, and that's a good thing, but that doesn't mean we can just throw away fossil fuels. They are still the foundation of the world that runs today. Oil and petroleum aren't just for fuel. They're used in hygiene products, makeup, clothing, shoes, rubber tires, batteries, the list goes on. But until there's another energy source that can replace all of that, we'll continue to need oil to meet the world's basic needs. So I truly hope that you make the right choice today and approve the transfer of names so we can keep providing energy and the jobs our communities depend on. Thank you.
We will now go to Nancy Black, to be followed by Bill Hickman. Nancy? No Nancy. We will now go to Bill Hickman, to be followed by Hudson View. Bill?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I encourage you to deny the transfer of permits. Sable's record makes it clear that the company is either unwilling or unable to follow the law and operate safely. I lost faith in Sable a while ago, and it looks like investors are bailing on Sable also, as other speakers have noted. The presentation from Sable included a market capitalization valuation from June when it was at its peak, and now it's probably 20% or less of that number, as their stock has tumbled 80% or more during that time, while the broader market has soared and had substantial gains during the same period. As a side note, the discussions today, the talk about local oil, foreign oil, rainforest oil, natural seepage, they're all red herrings to try to distract people from the real national energy emergency, which is too slow of a transition to clean energy and the jobs associated with it. So please deny the transfer of the permit today and continue the transition to clean energy. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Hudson View, to be followed by Brooke Balthaser. Hudson? No Hudson? How about Brooke Balthaser, to be followed by Joshua Madrano. Brooke?
Okay. Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Caps. My name is Brooke, and I'm the Community Organizing Manager at Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas, or CFROG. I'm here today, like many others, to urge you to deny Sable's application to transfer permits, as they have failed to prove themselves as a trustworthy or reliable operator. Sable has shown time and time again that they have no respect for our community, no respect for our laws, and no interest in complying with them. From numerous cease and desist orders to an $18 million penalty to 21 criminal charges, this company has shown a complete disregard for accountability in their relentless pursuit of profit. And in a time where this behavior is not only enabled but rewarded, it is imperative that our local elected bodies stand firm to protect our communities from companies like Sable. The evidence is clear. Sable is not financially equipped for another oil spill, as seen by their falling stock prices and consistently poor quarterly financial reports. Sable assumes that they are above the law, despite the many violations they've acquired from nearly every decision-making body involved in this issue. And Sable does not act in good faith, which is evident in their efforts to try to avoid any sense of accountability, transparency, or responsibility. The decision before you is a simple one. Will you deny the permit transfer and stand firm with your communities against reckless corporations, or will you set a precedent that this board enables corporate greed by putting profit before people? I urge you to choose the former. Thank you.
We will now go to Joshua Madrano, to be followed by Emery Solars. My apologies. Is Joshua here? Alrighty. Emery Solars. Lena Coombs. Art Levitt. Katie Davis. And then we will go back to Zoom with Pasha Madavi. Katie?
Okay, I would like, this is Katie Davis. I would like to speak to the comparison that Sable made between the Santa Barbara County Fire and their violations. Their violations involved failing to operate important infrastructure like vapor recovery, venting systems, emissions monitoring. And that's particularly concerning because there are spills, hundreds of gallons of hydrochloric acid that burns, it causes respiratory distress, it's highly reactive, potentially explosive, and the thousands of cubic tons of sludge was laced with barium, which is also highly reactive and toxic. So I don't think Santa Barbara County Fire is doing this kind of thing, and it shows that this is a particularly non-compliant organization that is operating, like there are lots of companies in Santa Barbara that are not having all of these permit violations, so they're an unusual situation. This is a particularly This is a particularly risky operation. Offshore oil in general is risky operation. That's why the Trump administration withdrew offshore leases in the Atlantic and Florida after Republican opposition. It's widely opposed. And this is an old infrastructure, 10 decade beyond its projected lifespan that they're operating. And so I would like to stand up for the taxpayers who are really going to be on the at risk if this goes through and they operate this, and local businesses, because the most important economy in the entire United States is coastal California. We have the highest GDP. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Pasha Madavi to be followed by Kelsey Dowdy, who is our final speaker. Pasha? Pasha, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute. There you go.
Excellent. Can you hear me? All
Yes,
right.
yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Pasha Madavi. I'm a professor at UCSB, and I am here to urge you all to deny the transfer of permits to Sable Offshore. And in particular, I want to speak to a number of the company's baseless claims regarding restarting the Santa Ynez unit. The first is that restarting this unit and restarting production will not stabilize gasoline prices. In fact, state agencies like the Division of Petroleum Market Oversight, part of the California Energy Commission, has found in a new report that gasoline prices are not high because of declining production. They're high because of refinery margins and what TPMO calls the mystery gasoline surcharge that's levied on us by the oil industry since the Torrance refinery fire in 2015. They estimate that these industry shenanigans, and there really is no other word for it, $59 billion. So increasing production is not going to do anything. Let's go after the real source of the problem for gasoline prices. The second is that restarting the Santa Ynez unit will not significantly contribute to county property taxes. That's been an issue that's been talked a lot about today. Taxes from the oil industry are a paltry 0.2% of county tax revenue. That's being generous. You know who pays taxes in our county? Hotels, restaurants, fisheries, farmers, so many of whom are going to be devastated if there's another oil spill like in 2015.
Thank you, Pasha.
Next.
That is your
Thank
time.
you very much. Thank you.
We will now go to Kelsey Dowdy. Kelsey?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, my name is Kelsey Dowdy. I have a PhD in ecosystem ecology, and I'm also a Gaviota resident. I witnessed the 2015 Refugio oil spill aftermath, and you can still see the effects. Ecosystem recovery from oil spills can take decades if it happens at all. And some of the toxic effects for humans include cancer and endocrine disruption, and there's also killing of animals through hypothermia, food web disruptions. It's just totally catastrophic on so many levels that we can't necessarily see, and that also make their way into our food chain, into our fisheries, sometimes for up to decades. So obviously we depend on our healthy coast for food and for clean water and recreation. It's so much a part of our lives here in Santa Barbara, and especially for, people who have lived here for generations and whose ancestors have lived here and who continue to live so close to the ocean. And Sable is just obviously not doing everything possible to ensure that there's no spill. Sable has repeatedly demonstrated a disregard for water and land and life. And if they say they're leaders in oil safety, then why do they continue to violate environmental regulations? If they don't take our health or local ecology seriously, then I don't think we should take them seriously. And I really ask that you, the Board of Supervisors, seriously consider our health and well-being above all profit, above all processes, and see that these violations are significant for the health of our whole community for generations. Thank you so much. Please deny permit transfer.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, we do have one final speaker here in Santa Barbara. I believe we just misspelt it on our list, but we are going to Sherry Higgins, who is our final speaker. Sherry?
Supervisors, I am opposed to any drilling, transporting, or processing of oil in Santa Barbara County. I think that we need to find alternative energy sources, and I want to remind you of a movie that Mark Manning made called The Cost of Silence that shows you what happens when oil spills such as the one in the Gulf take place, and companies don't take responsibility for the workers or the people that live in the area. And I think that that is horrible. And I would urge you to please help us create a new paradigm where sustainability is going to be created for the world, for the sky, the land, the water, and the inhabitants in all of those places. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Well, thank you. Thank you to every person that spoke. We got through that list of 96 very swiftly. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the respect that everybody showed as well. Okay, so now we move on to the appellant rebuttal for 10 minutes. Do I have that? Yes. You all set? Okay.
Make sure this is high enough. Okay, can you hear me? All right, thank you. Tara Renhefo on behalf of appellants with the Environmental Defense Center. So there's a few points I want to address with my time. The first is to talk about the court decisions that refute the statements by Sable's counsel today. And I would like to emphasize there's a reason I use direct quotes in my presentation and photos of the actual order and pleadings and whatever else in my presentation. But just to hit on some of those again, these are direct quotes from the order from Judge G in her September 12th ruling in the Sable versus County litigation. So with regards to 25B, she says, quote, Chapter 25B provides that the board's hearing shall be de novo and the board shall hold a public hearing. This suggests that the board has the authority to engage in affirmative acts that go beyond merely reviewing the administrative record and giving a thumbs up or down. Here, the board has the authority to conduct de novo fact-finding, end quote. The court continued, she said the board, quote, has discretion to decide which action of the three to take, she means affirm, modify, or reverse, and discretion within its de novo review process, end quote. She also says, quote, these discretionary actions are separate from the mandatory and ministerial process of hearing and affirmatively acting on the appeal, end quote. And finally, she concludes, in other words, the board's de novo review of the Planning Commission's decision is discretionary. I mean, that's pretty clear in what she says the board's role is here, and its discretion, and this is a de novo hearing. I also would like to quickly address Judge Anderley's recent ruling in the Coastal Commission litigation that was on October 15th. And in his ruling, he ruled in favor of Coastal Commission and rejected Sable's claims, finding Sable's repairs were not authorized by county permits. Next, there were a lot of arguments made about preemption, so just to touch on a few of those today. The county is not preempted under a theory of field preemption from requiring financial assurances for a spill separate from the coffers. There's no case that really supports Sable's theory. They cite to statutes, but nothing in that language expressly states or even suggests that authority over financial responsibility is reserved to OSPR, exclusive of local governments. And the purpose of 25B, financial assurance requirements, and OSPR's certificates of financial responsibility scheme differ in purpose. So the former is primarily intended to assure an entity is capable of remediating a spill, but the latter provides a means of clarifying what entity maintains liability. And on federal preemption, Sable points to the Hazardous Liquid Pipeline Safety Act, and specifically its express preemption provision, but that provision applies to interstate pipelines, and the Los Flores pipeline system is an intrastate pipeline. So the express preemption provision does not restrict state or local authorities from regulating intrastate pipelines. And on the fire marshal or state law preemption, the fire marshal has assumed jurisdiction over the state's intrastate pipelines pursuant to its federal certification. And its authority, however, is limited to matters of pipeline safety and integrity, so the infrastructure. And here, we're looking at whether an operator is capable of safely and responsibly operating a pipeline facility. It's not a matter, it's a separate matter. That's what's entrusted to the fire marshal. There was also a reference that there's appellants are asking for unbridled discretion from the board in terms of the 25B findings, and that is just not the case. We're not suggesting that at all. We're really looking at the plain language of the ordinance itself. So Chapter 25B cabins the board's discretion to scrutinize the qualifications of a proposed transferee based on the express parameters set forth in the required findings. So for operator capability, for example, it limits the county's inquiry into a proposed operator's skills, training, and resources with regards to the permit requirements and county code requirements. On decommissioning, Sable's interpretation and the county staff's interpretation of when the facility's decommissioning performance bonds would be required, they're saying it would be immediately following the permanent shutdown of the facilities, is illogical and contrary to the plain language of the permit terms. That's why in our letter we actually pulled the permit language out so you can see how each condition is fully set forth in the permits themselves. It's also inconsistent with County Code Section 35-153. The condition in reality says that the abandonment should occur immediately following shutdown, which makes sense, but the bonding requirement is not so qualified. And lastly, I would like to emphasize that the lawsuits that we reference in our presentation today and also in our comments, those stem from a very in-depth evidentiary process at the administrative phase and through administrative proceedings. That's from multiple notices of violations or directives or orders, hearings, etc. So that's what led to those lawsuits, but it needs to be emphasized that there was a whole process and a bunch of evidence that went into the subsequent litigation. So the county has demonstrated that it will approve a change of owner and operator where appropriate. Exxon went through this process just a few years ago. So both Sable and Exxon knew that they would need board approval pursuant to Chapter 25B. And for all the reasons stated today, we urge the board to deny the applications to transfer the permits and direct staff to order Sable to immediately cease any and all operations at the facilities. And I have some remaining time if my colleague would like to join.
And actually, I'm told that you also, both of you, if you need it or would like it, you have a minute and 44 seconds remaining from your presentation time earlier.
If we need it, we'll add it on. Thank you very much.
Trying to be efficient with our time. So I just had a couple of small points to make specific to the financial guarantees finding. I wanted to flag that the language in that finding is that the financial guarantees have been updated if necessary to reflect the new operator. And Sable wants you to think that that just means a change in name. And that's just not the case. I mean, reflect what? Their financial status. And you know that because Chapter 25B requires submission of financial information, and it requires you to consider the financial capacity of the new operator. So that analysis is contained within that finding. I also wanted to address the fact that the existing permits already require decommissioning bonds. That language was in my presentation. It's not a new requirement. But again, the finding for financial guarantees does inherently involve evaluating the financial capacity of the applicant. So that was the only thing I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take any questions from the board at this point, or we can do them at the end. Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, Supervisor Levin.
Oh, is it of just EDC?
It would be
Okay,
just of
now.
the app. Okay, we'll move to applicant rebuttal, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Want to address a few things that the appellants just said, and then circle back to some questions that have been raised today. The first point is about the discretion under Chapter 25B and what Judge G has or has not ruled. To be clear, she has not ruled that any particular part of Chapter 25B exercises any particular kind of discretion. She did rule that this board was required to hear the matter de novo and that they had discretion to approve, modify, or deny the appeals and that they had to exercise their discretion to do one of those things. But she has not ruled, for instance, that one subsection or another does or does not grant the board discretion. And I suspect no matter what happens today, we will be back before her asking her to clarify those points. But I will note again that County Council has said that of the 9, they've only said that the last finding for operator capability has any discretionary component. The remaining 8, at least Council has reflected our ministerial. I note that especially because owner and guarantor do not involve any findings that the county has declared are discretionary. So just noting that for the record. Again, we disagree that any of the findings allow discretion to the degree that has been advocated today, which would allow decommissioning bonds or new and additional financial assurances. And again, I will point to the staff report from 2001 referenced in our papers and in our presentation, which confirmed that when they removed those provisions from the draft, they no longer were in the document, and that, and again, I'll quote it again, neither the financial guarantees nor the abandonment findings impose any unspecified financial requirements. They simply require that financial responsibility and abandonment provisions in permits and ordinances are adhered to. So it's simply not the case that new operator means you get to impose new and different findings and requirements. I also want to speak today about the notices of violation that have come up a few different times. The vast majority of them, with respect to the water board, the pending criminal charges, and the coastal commission disputes, all relate to repairs that were mandated by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. And the question was whether or not additional permits were required, either by the coastal commission or by the water Department of Fish and Wildlife or the water board. And those involved moving dirt, right? We're not talking about hazardous waste discharges or something like that. There is a dispute, it's active, I am not trying to minimize it, but none of those are safety violations in the sense of any kind of oil spill or discharge of hazardous materials. The only 2 hazardous materials discharges that we've got in the entire record were the ones that were raised, a small spill of hydrochloric acid and a spill of, quote, sludge, both of which were self-reported by Sable. And if you look, EDC has actually attached the actual reports to their letter. You can see that they were small, that they were appropriately cleaned up immediately, that they were reported immediately, and they do not evidence systemic non-compliance of any kind. And again, I would say that pretty much anyone who operates any kind of business that involves dealing with hazardous materials is going to occasionally have, something small that they will then fix and report, as Sable did here. We have, again, offered to continue the conversation regarding assurance policies. It's not required by the code, but County Council has talked to our broker. I'm sure the board could inquire from them if the insurance policies are adequate. I will note again that that's not something that Chapter 25B requires. There's no requirement of insurance in the bonds, in the permits or in the code itself. But our insurance is good. Relatedly, their decommissioning bonds, again, the appellants have excerpted a portion. If you read the entire provision in context, it's clear that the obligation to provide a decommissioning bond applies at the end of the life of the facilities when they have been inactivated. And that is the way that this board and this county has interpreted them for almost 40 years. I think it would raise serious due process considerations if the board were to suddenly impose a new and different requirement based on that language. We have also repeatedly asked what Sable could do to possibly satisfy the board's conditions, because none have been articulated other than the concern about insurance, which we raised nearly double what there was before, and we have repeatedly offered to provide further information. But beyond that, the answer seems to be just don't be Sable and or don't operate oil and gas facilities, and neither of those is a legally sufficient answer. I think that is the bulk of what I wanted to respond to. I know there are questions that the board has, so I will stop there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move to staff comments. Supervisor Nelson, or did you have a question, Supervisor
I have a
Nelson?
question for staff about what's.
Okay. So staff, did you, Director Plowman or Mr. Briggs, did you want to give any reaction to anything that was said first, or just take questions, either way?
Madam Chair, we'll just take the questions.
Okay, sounds good. I think Supervisor Levine was next.
Thank you. I think my question is directed to County Council. So what I'm trying to do is clear up a little bit of confusion today about what we're doing today and whether it affects opening or closing the pipeline. And I guess what I want to ask first is if you could just kind of give us a 30-second on SB 237. So how that law changed and what's required now after January 1st between the two of you guys, County Council and staff. I think County Council is going to weigh in first. Yeah.
Supervisor Lavanino and members of the board, SB 237 amended the Public Resources Code. And so after January 1st, it will require a new coastal development permit for repair, reactivation, and maintenance of an oil and gas facility, including an oil pipeline that has been idled, inactive, or out of service for 5 years or more. So that's the last part's a quote.
So then I guess this part is for P&D staff, is that, so let's just say in a world where this was approved, how do you see that affecting this particular project?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavinino, the Los Flores pipeline would fit that description. And it would appear that we would need to process a CDP prior to restart of the line.
Okay. So I kind of want that, I think that was kind of lost in this hearing a little bit too, of if this board approves this transfer, it just doesn't automatically open up the pipeline.
Absolutely not.
Okay, great, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. And I'm trying to clear up some confusion too, because what I'm hearing some different things here today was, not getting started, restarting the pipeline as Supervisor Lavanino, and to transfer the asset. Who owns the San Ynez facility right now? I mean, who's the actual owner?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, the owner of the facility is Sable Offshore Corporation.
Okay, so they own it?
Correct.
Who's operating it out right now?
So the operator would also be Sable Offshore Corporation. However, the permits have not been transferred to the new operator. So, so technically speaking, ExxonMobil is still the operator of record.
Okay, so does that change how we regulate it from the county's perspective?
No.
Okay, so we don't issue them a notice of violation at some point over that, or
we have not
a
done
cease
that.
and desist, or that they can stop operating because they haven't, there's a different name on the permit?
We have not done that.
We've not done that. Is that something that is within our purview?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, there have been discussions about that, and letters have referenced something along those lines. And I think what we would have to do is take a look at the set of circumstances and analyze whether or not it warranted any kind of enforcement action. So I'm not prepared to answer that question today, but would want to look at the facts and determine what was actually occurring on the ground.
I think that's really important to this conversation, because it really depends on what's going on, right? If that is in fact where we could actually get, have some kind of cease and desist because the permit was transferred, then this means something. If it doesn't, this is really some type of exercise. So I'm just trying to sparse that out a little bit. I mean, that has.
Could I follow up on that? It's related.
Well, okay. I've still got some questions along
Sure.
that, but if you wanted
Just
to
that
pop
one.
in on that, yeah, sure.
So I guess we're trying to get at what is the effect of a transfer or a not transfer. And I guess my question is more specific. And is Exxon on the hook if there were a spill, if there were some question about something that's financial responsibility?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair, I think that is an excellent question. And they are the owner, operator currently on our permit. And I think we would look to them to assist with something, provided they are still considered the permit holder, if an incident were to occur.
So with typical, if I could have it back for a moment. So typical oil and gas operations, if an owner goes under, we typically go to the previous owner. Is that correct? For remediation, for cleanup. That's typically how our system works here.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, so in the case of a spill or some type of operational incident, we would not look to the prior owner-operator. In the case of abandonment, we would.
Okay.
So if we're talking about Sable walking away from abandonment responsibilities for the onshore facilities, we would look back to Exxon and they would be responsible for that.
Okay, that's I think helpful as well. All right, so Sable owns it, they operate it, just the permit's not in their name. Do they own the permit? I mean, even though it's not transferred to them, I mean, having a permit's actually, there's some ownership to that. It's part of the bundle of the property rights, right?
So I think we're getting to the core of some...
Exactly.
Yeah. So Sable has purchased these assets from ExxonMobil, and there's an expectation that they are able to follow through on the permits that would be transferred with the land under any other normal circumstances. Here we have Chapter 25B, which makes things a little cloudy in this regard. I think some of the hesitation that you hear coming from staff is that there are legal issues that are wound up in all of this, and takings issues that could involve large amounts of money. And it's very difficult to say with certainty that we have the ability to stop this transfer and tell Sable that they're not able to operate these facilities when in fact they own them.
Okay, and so I guess another thing for some of the, especially the younger kids that are here today that we're advocating, they think the vote that we have here is about restart or operation. Does this vote have anything to do with that?
No.
Okay, all right, just wanted to clarify that. All right, that's it for now on questions for me. Thank you.
Supervisor Harmon, do you have further questions?
I did have a question about the abandonment issue. I'm looking in 25B about liability for abandonment, and there it says that if the current owner or operator does not have financial resources to fully cover the cost, then the immediately preceding owner or operator shall be responsible. I know in offshore matters, the company, the lease for the offshore contains that obligation. But I'm just wondering how strong this ordinance is if Exxon, the worst case scenario, and I think that's what we're here sort of considering, is a company that may be having some financial distress. Early on, there's a spill, a bankruptcy, and then what happens about abandoning these facilities and who's responsible. And I would imagine that if the permit transferred, Exxon would challenge this in 25B. I guess I'd like you to speculate. How airtight is this at protecting us from the worst case scenario?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Hartman, in this case, the language that you see there in 25B about prior owners being responsible for abandonment responsibilities is very similar to the language that is required by the state. And so we're not fully reliant upon 25B if we were to go after a prior owner, Exxon in this case, for abandonment, because we have state law that supports that as well. And right now, CalGEM and Sable are in disagreement about some of those requirements. But at the end of the day, I think the state law is pretty clear in that prior owners will be responsible.
And are there any exclusions or exceptions, or is that just like strict liability?
I have not heard of any exceptions to that.
Supervisor Lee.
So Aaron, is one example Venaco with Chevron in Carpinteria? Is that one example of?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Lee, Venaco is in state waters, and so the regulations there are a little bit different, but the concept is the same. So if you were to look at the law, it's going to say roughly the same thing with different language. But generally speaking, the concept of going after a previous owner is codified both onshore and offshore.
Got it. And how long can you say that this Chevron has been working to decommission the Venaco company? It's been over 20 years, right? At least.
Venaco, well, they went out of business shortly after the spill.
Right.
And the state has been working with prior owners, I think it was mostly ExxonMobil, since that time to abandon Platform Holly and the onshore facilities.
Correct. It's still a work in progress in
Yes.
the Carpinteria Valley. So, got it.
I actually had a question for the appellant. In the rebuttal, the applicant, Sable, characterized the spills as small, and you spent a lot of time tracking oil companies and their infractions. Could you, and again, part of our central to our charge here today is to evaluate the skills, training, and resources, and whether or not they are necessary to comply with county codes. So could you characterize their skills that this is for you all, EDC. If you could, from what you've seen since certainly since we last met in February, could you put into context either the skills or the training that would lead to these kind of infractions that have led to the enforcement actions from the state and elsewhere?
Yes, and actually, Linda, would you want to join me up here too to respond to the other? Okay. So speaking specifically with regards to the regional board and the coastal commission, that involved the repair work on the pipeline, which was for, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so I know I kind of sprung this on you, so I'll just repeat. So again, 25B asks us to look at the skills, resources, and training to see if the applicant can comply with county code. I'm just zoning in on the skills to see if they're necessary. And in rebuttal, they just mentioned that the spills that have happened that you've indicated were, quote, small. So could you just put them in context so I can understand, since you as an organization track oil companies and their activities and their infractions?
Yeah, so the spills themselves, I mean, again, this comes back to the whole of the evidence here that's before you. And the spills that we're talking about is just one piece of everything that we discussed today.
Yeah.
The point is to show that before you've even made a decision if the permit should transfer and before they've even started operating, we already have examples of spills occurring at these facilities. And also violations of APCD's permit requirements. And it just is an indicator and evidence to show of whether or not they have the, quote, necessary skills to comply with their permits. It goes to that finding and is relevant to that finding. And then, but again, I just want to emphasize that is but one example of the way this company has operated within just the past few months and before even restarting these facilities. And I will let my colleague add on to that too.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think that gets to the heart of the matter here. I've been doing this for over 30 years, dealt with a lot of oil companies. I've never seen the kind of behavior as with this company. I've never seen, I don't know if I've ever even seen a company with one cease and desist order letter, let alone 3, numerous notices of violation, a criminal complaint with 21 charges, including 5 felonies, an attorney general complaint, numerous violations of the state water code and the state fish and game code. I've never seen one, and this company is just racking them up. So I've never seen anything like this. And the Coastal Commission has said that at the town hall, that they've never seen a company operate so blatantly in disregard of the law and their cease and desist orders in their history. And they have a longer history than I do.
So when it comes to what we're tasked with evaluating today when it comes to egregiousness, on a scale of 1 to 10, it would be a 10. Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other further questions?
Yeah,
Ready to-
yeah, I think that begs a little bit of a question that I'd like to ask staff
Sure.
about skills and training on that facility. I think, Mr. Briggs, you've been out there quite a bit, and I want to be really careful here because there's a lot of people, especially these men and women in the room here, that are the responsible parties for this. What's your assessment of this organization on the skills and training that's currently taking place from your experience for your decade-plus experience as a regulator in this field?
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Nelson, I have kind of two thoughts that would respond to your question. Number one, we, on our team, we have a petroleum engineer who oversees the system safety features of these facilities, and he's been working here since the facility opened under ExxonMobil. So he has almost 40 years of experience. He's been working directly with Sable to go through all of the audit items for the facility to make sure that everything is operating properly prior to restart. And per our system safety committee, they have completed all the prior to restart items identified in the audit matrix. So they've successfully worked through all of those issues with his oversight. And then secondly, Sable was required to hold spill drills for both the pipeline facility and the SYU, and that's in concert with OSPR and the fire department and the EPA and all the relevant agencies, and they successfully completed both of those exercises. So when it comes to, the measurable safety-related and experience-related requirements of Sable, they've met both of those.
Okay, and I just to be fair to Sable, would you agree with staff that with their assessment? Just a yes or no is fine. We don't need to litigate.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Right.
Okay, any further questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, just a question for staff. So were you out there monitoring as the modifications of the pipeline took place? Were you out there on a regular basis overseeing that?
Yes. So our petroleum engineer has a weekly site visit. He's out there 2 days a week. He's in constant contact with their staff as needed. So he's been at the facility essentially for the last 3 or 4 months.
So how do you respond then to the other agencies' violations that they've recorded and are pursuing?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Hartman, the violation items are not necessarily related to Sable's ability to ensure the facilities are safe for operation. They're more decision-making violations where
You can stop there.
Okay.
Okay, I think, are we done with questions? So shall we move into deliberations? Sounds good. Anyone like to lead off? I mean, we've done this before. Anybody want to go?
Sure.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I always hit leadoff. Who hit leadoff for the Dodgers? Not my favorite team. but-
Ohtani.
Ohtani, okay. All right, I'll be Ohtani today. All right. So as many of you know, I've been a strong supporter of Santa Barbara County's oil industry. For that, I've received plenty of nasty emails, letters to the editor chastising me, but my support has been rooted in two basic reasons. One is this industry provides head of household jobs that create pathways out of poverty. Many of them do not require a college degree. Our North County oil and gas workers are able to buy homes and flip the script of generational poverty to generational wealth. And secondly, this county is in dire need of additional revenue, which allows us to provide the essential services to our constituents. Less oil revenue, regardless if you think $5 million is not that much, It means less money spent on parks, roads, libraries, and other priorities. So when I was getting ready for today's hearing, I don't think any of us slept great last night. My mind went back to 16 years ago when I sat with my wife and I told her I was interested in running for county supervisor, but I didn't want to do it without her support. My wife hates politics, and she knew exactly what the job included, which was nights away from home, loss of privacy at the grocery store, and having every vote scrutinized by the public. But she said she was 100% supportive on one condition, and that was that I would always vote my conscience. I would never back down to a crowded hearing room. I would simply do what I thought was right. And in February, that's what I did. I voted to approve the transfer of permits to Sable. I'm going to vote my conscience again today, but the landscape has changed dramatically since February. I take this job seriously. We all do, especially when we're sitting in a quasi-judicial hearing, when we assume the role of a judge, examining and weighing the evidence. This cannot be, as has been stated many times today, this cannot be a political decision. It has to be rooted in examination of the ordinance. And after reviewing the ordinance very carefully, I simply cannot make the finding that, quote, Sable has the skills, training, and resources to operate the facility in compliance with the permit and all applicable county codes, and has demonstrated the ability to comply with compliance plans in 25B. And this is what I based this on. To me, the following are facts. They are not emotions. Since February, Sable has been charged criminally 21 times, with 5 of those charges being felonies. It is important to note for the record that these have not been adjudicated, but they are still part of the evidence. The California Coastal Commission levied an $18 million fine, the highest ever issued by the commission. And as many of you know, while I don't always agree with them, thus far the courts have backed them up. The Attorney General of the state of California has filed his own lawsuit. And the stock price is down over 80% off of its high in May. The final straw for me was a Hunter Brook article, which was as disturbing as anything I've read. The fallout from that recorded phone call has already been severe, and this is before regulators have weighed in. I have many friends in the oil industry, and I will continue to support efforts to access our natural resources, but it has to be done responsibly by operators who put safety above profits. To the employees here today, I've sat through many of these hearings, and I've supported you in the industry 100%. This decision today does not lay at the feet of this board and this dais. It lays with the misguided management of Sable. In my opinion, they gave me no option. I'm not a rubber stamp. The evidence in this case is overwhelming. There is something wrong with the strategy of Sable's leadership. Trying to simply bulldoze through the permitting process has not been helpful, and is not the way we expect businesses in Santa Barbara County to conduct themselves. Right or wrong, oil is held to an even higher standard here. But without spilling a single drop of oil, Sable has managed to push back the reputation of the industry 20 years. If I was another Santa Barbara County gas and oil operator, I'd be livid. Sable's management actions have reeked of desperation, and with desperation comes poor decision-making. They've given me no choice but to uphold the appeal and find that if they have the skills, training, and resources to operate safely, they certainly have not yet demonstrated that to me. I'll be supporting the appeal.
Okay, thank you. Anyone like to go next? Supervisor Hartman?
What more is there to say?
I think that's right.
We learned from the 2015 Refugio spill what happens when we relinquish responsibility. And 25B gives us findings that we must, that is, we shall make before we transfer a permit. And we clearly haven't been able to make those findings yet. And I won't repeat all the violations, but just add that there is an SEC complaint likely to be more. So, I mean, I think that really goes to the financial capability of this company. It has to give us considerable pause about the resources that the company has available to meet its obligations. I'm very concerned about bankruptcies. They're very common in the energy sector, especially in oil. I did have some articles in the record that show that a GAO study about the number of bankruptcies. And I think we as a county have a duty as local government to protect the public health, safety, and safeguard the county's natural resources. That's what local government does, and that's what 25B does. And I don't think that responsibility is preempted by other legislation. None of us are insurance experts, but I would like, if we would pursue this, to hire a consultant who could hear our concerns and analyze the insurance policy, because it's very complicated, and we know that insurance companies don't want to pay, and there's just many, many questions that aren't answered by this, and I think we haven't done a searching analysis on that, and it's really required. I don't really know, from what I've heard from staff today, exactly what the effect of not transferring the permit is, but I do believe that it helps to keep Exxon on the hook, both for spill and for abandonment if necessary. And I think that that's really important given such a financially precarious company. So before I could make these findings, we would have to have those noncompliance issues resolved. We would have to have an insurance expert assess the policy. And at this time, quite frankly, I can't make the findings either, that there are the resources, skills, and training to transfer this permit.
Supervisor Lee.
Oh, I'll go next. So, to Sable, so you owe our county firefighters an apology. If you don't go after them, then you're wrong about that. So I just want to make sure that you understand. I'm not going to repeat what Joan and Steve said. I fully agree with you. I support the upholding of the appeals. And that's it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I'll be the contrarian today. First off, I don't think 25B is lawful and will ultimately hold up once we make a decision here. But just some of my comments, by the logic that an operator with a history of spills and ongoing prosecution by the district attorney is automatically deemed not a responsible party, that logic doesn't hold water with me. Ironically, not only is that true for Sable and Plains All American Pipeline, that's also true for Santa Barbara County itself. Something often ignored by advocates is that we at the county have done the same thing. In fact, a far greater environmental damage was done by one of our local sanitation districts, which dumped 7 times the amount of sewage into the Pacific Ocean than was released in the Gaviota oil spill. It's interesting how some will pick and choose their outrage. I feel bad for the public and for my colleagues. The public has been led to believe this denial today will somehow stop the restart, the operation of the offshore production, and that it will change the liability of Sable, Exxon, or Osper, or change the future remediation requirements. I believe it will not. As for my colleagues, I feel for them, because I think they've also been painted somewhat into a corner here, as that this might be some type of litmus test on their, whether they care about the environment or not. Unfortunately, I believe, as I did back in February, that this is political theater. Much of this is operation of bad faith by a few. As I mentioned during our oil and gas discussions a couple weeks ago, I'll put my record of practically dealing with environmental impacts of oil and gas in our community up against anyone else in this room. Oil and gas operations and their environmental impacts have a disproportionate impact on my constituents. The simple truth is that the only way we will mitigate those impacts is by working with oil and gas companies in good faith, not against them. But it's clear in Santa Barbara County that's difficult to do. Local oil production has become a proxy war for a broader declared climate crisis. I support the transfer, and therefore I will vote against any motion to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank students from UCSB and Santa Barbara High. I actually think you've done an amazing job of understanding what we're actually voting on here today. It's incredibly narrow and complex, but your comments spoke exactly to the heart of the matter. Thank you for being here. Supervisor Lavanino, I really respect where you landed. I share your growing concerns. I expressed my concerns in February. They largely centered on the resources part of our charge with the 25B, with the skills, training, and resources. I zeroed in on the insurance policy. Really was concerned about the fact that the company existed due to a loan from the company that had sold it. To me, that just, anyway, enough has been said. But now, since February, my concerns have only grown on the resources front, but my concerns on the skills, due to all of the many violations that have been discussed, that led the headlines, that have led state headlines, that have led state investigations, has grown. So I will be supporting the majority of the board here in supporting the appeal. So with that, we will take a motion. Supervisor Hartman, would you like to do the
Chair
honors?
Capps,
Yes.
Well, I guess we have to come back with
Yes, we do.
findings for denial, so maybe we can hear from County Council what that would entail.
Yes, County Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So my recommendation would be today you would continue the item with direction staff to prepare the findings and then come back. And I believe that the recommendation is December 16th.
December 16th. So it would be findings for denial.
Correct.
And that still is within the confines of the court. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Just one second. Are we good? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're good. So if someone would like to make a motion for the continuance in the direction to staff.
Supervisor Lee would like to make the motion.
All right. I move to continue this hearing to December 16th with direction to staff to return with findings to approve the appeal and deny the change of owner, operator, and guarantor.
Okay. And I will.
I will second.
Okay. And we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody. With that, we will adjourn. I was just checking. And we will be back on November 18th in Santa Maria.